Hey, Neo, you're the first one in, buddy. You beat the co-hosts. Nice job. You're ready, right, bro?
Hey guys, what's up?
How's it going, Neo? You're ready, aren't you?
Not really. I'm still breathing hard. I had to run up my stairs. I'm like, holy shit, State. I just got home 10 minutes ago, so I'm a scatterbrain, to be honest with you, bro.
That's okay. No worries. I got to get my co-host up here, so hold on a second here. I invited Kat to a co-host and accidentally, there she is, removed her, and then now she's back. And Garrison, and there we go, right on. And Judge, yay, the judge is here. Right on. Hello, all. Garrison, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
Well, I like that you got a laugh out of the Beavis and Butthead thing.
Yeah, I typically think, I still think Beavis and Butthead is stupid, like even the voice and the animation style, but the skit alone was really good.
I don't watch them either, but I had to watch that over and over again because it really shows how our country is right now.
Are you talking about the white privilege thing?
Yeah, did you see it, Judge? Did you see it?
It was very funny.
It's so funny. I can't stop laughing about it.
Someone needs to send that to Maxine Waters.
That would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
I do think it would be.
Have you guys seen the Ryan Long woke versus racist clip before?
I haven't.
No. If you got it, you can show it to us or put it up on the I have a new name for our board. You know how people call it the nest, they call it the board. We'll call ours the forum board.
Yeah.
We could throw it up on the forum board or the nest, whatever you want to call it. But, I just threw that out there.
I would love to see that Beavis and Butthead clip sent to Maxine Waters and Sheila Jackson Lee and Maisie Hirono just to see how they react to it. And on another note, we had an interesting guest join us in another space that I just left to come over to this one. Someone who works in the Biden administration as a policy analyst.
Seriously, how did that go?
It was quite interesting. I didn't know that there were moderates and conservatives that worked for Biden, but apparently there are.
For sure. I think every administration does that. They want to know what the other side thinks. They don't always take their advice, but just think about it like if you had, if you were a politician, you would want to know, like, what's the conservative perspective of this? Are they going to how are they going to react whenever I make this announcement?
Well, this guy was pretty interesting, and he waited until everyone else left the space, and he says, Judge, I want to talk to you for a second. He says, I want you to know that President Biden is not quite as feeble-minded as he lets on. He's actually very good at letting his policy analysts giving them a run for their money. And I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, now, do I think he's going to run for a second term? I'm kind of hoping not. I don't think somebody his age should. I don't think really up to the task of a second term. But I think he's sharp enough to handle the policy. I said, really? I'm interested in hearing more. So maybe we can get him back into one of these spaces again and get more from him in the future.
That would be good. That'd be interesting, Judge. I agree with Garrison. I think some people do. But Garrison and Judge, I want to ask you guys this, and then we'll say hi to Kat just real quick. Do you think that maybe some people work for an administration and then they realize how awful things are and turn, like, secretly in their mind say, I don't want to be a Democrat, but I'll finish out my term with my time working with these guys?
Oh,
of course.
I mean, there's people who worked for Nixon that became diehard liberals for the rest of their life. There's people who worked for him that became conservative icons for the rest of their life that started out kind of liberal. People who worked for Clinton that became conservative icons. It goes both ways, but overwhelmingly, a lot of your policy people, where they start out is not where they end up. But it takes getting there and seeing that the person that is their hero do things that they didn't think that they'd ever do to change their mind about the positions they've been taking and the causes they've been championing. And so, but it's not everybody that joins an administration, obviously, that's going to change. Most of them stay true to whatever they start out as. But there's always some that are going to change or swap.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I just it was a good response, Judge. I kind of wanted to know that. And Garrison too. Garrison's like, yeah, of course. He didn't have much to say on that. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Kat is in the room. Kat, you have not spoken yet, so go ahead.
The great Kat, the great and powerful Kat. That's pretty awesome. Thanks, Jason. Hi, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great night, a good start to this Wednesday night forum full of information and opinions and a little fun and some good laughs. I'm so glad you're here, and I know it'll be another good night.
Did you have a good birthday last week, Kat?
Yes, it was very good. It was very good. I got something I spotted on an ad on Facebook, and I thought, that's really cool. And that was one of my presents. It was it's hard to describe, but it's like a watering can, and you put it up on a shepherd's pole, and it has little sparkly fairy lights coming out of it that are solar powered. So then at night it comes on, and then a whole bunch of flowers, like mostly a lot of purple flowers, which is one of my favorite flower colors. So then my boyfriend made this arrangement outside that was kind of like these plants spilling out of a barrel, and then positioned the watering can and this fairy lights to come down, because that represents like the water sprinkling down on these plants. And it was really cool.
That's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight our co-host, somebody I appreciate very much. I appreciate a lot of all you guys here, but Garrison is going to be randomly co-hosting for us at times, and I just want you to know I am so thankful that you are here tonight co-hosting. Judge has committed. Hopefully he can make it in a couple weeks to do it, and I look forward to that too. I like to, have fun. We've had Vibe do it before. I've had random people, but I really just want all of you to know that I am thankful for you guys even being here. It's like a dream to me to have people to just share politics with. So, Garrison, your hand is raised. Go ahead and say something, buddy. You got the floor.
Thanks so much, Jason. I'm really glad to be able to co-host, and looking forward to having fun talking with you guys. I did just look it up, and my birthday, September 7th, is on a Wednesday this year. So maybe I can have a birthday space as well, and maybe I can get you guys to sing happy birthday to me like we did Kat last week.
We would love to, and if you don't mind co-hosting that night, and we can just put it on the schedule, that way we can just, have you be a co-host on your birthday. I don't know. That's a lot of work on your birthday. You don't have to do that, buddy.
Yeah, I haven't set my birthday plans for that many months away. But
I'm just messing with you, dude. Don't worry about it.
partying hard on his birthday. He's too young.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. I agree.
You
So,
know, he's a younger fellow, and I know the younger folks like to, you know, do a little party kind of thing where old coots like me, you know, just pretty much stay home and stay out of trouble.
well, I just want to say, Garrison and Judge, and all of you people, everyone in this room, I'm just amazed and blessed to have you in my life. I'm thankful for what God is doing. So I just let's kind of go around the room a little. I'm going to be very, very mindful of Kat's Reducation segment more as we go on, because the last couple of weeks we've been going over her time, and I really don't want to. I want her to have her time because she puts a lot of work into it. So, Mamacita, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. A little tired. Just a little tired. Couldn't wait to get in here. Say hi to everyone. So, how are you?
I'm doing good. I've been excited about this today. I don't know. I get excited. The best was excited and tweeted out the form yesterday, and he pulled a me. So what I've done in the past is I forgot that Tuesday was not Wednesday, and I'm like, okay, here we go, a few hours away, and then I'm like, oh nope, never mind. That's tomorrow night. So it's just kind of fun. But no, doing good. And I'm glad you're here. Vibe's here. Neo's here. So I wanted we'll do an opening topic that's quick and get your guys' opinion. And the opening topic I kind of want to bring up is about, she's actually on TV right now, Kristi Noem. She's been making the rounds about a new book she's doing. I just want to know, did any of you guys really hear much about Kristi Noem before the pandemic? I think she seemed to me like she became more popular after she decided not to close down her state during the pandemic, and it became more known. What is your opinions on that? Anybody? Who wants to go first?
I think you're right. I did not know about her before the pandemic, and then she really capitalized on South Dakota's, COVID policies, and it kind of made her a rock star. So, kudos to her for making the right call.
Well, and I agree. I just feel like, we live in a state out here, Garrison, where, us three at the top, Mamacita, Kat, and I, we live in a state where, and Jeannie down there, and Vibe, oh, there's a bunch of us. I think Neo might too. We live in a state where we still have a governor with 850 days of emergency powers. So, I'm like, man, I wish I had a governor like Kristi Noem. That's how I think sometimes. Mamacita.
The first time I ever heard of her was on the 4th of July when President Trump gave his speech there, and I listened to her for the very first time, and I was like, who is this woman, and why isn't she our governor, and why are we stuck with Inslee? Because this woman's fantastic, and how do I move over there? Seriously, that's what I thought. But I adore her.
Yeah, I like how tough she is. I guess we could say that with a lot of these Well, there's only two governors right now that I feel have really stood strong during the pandemic, unless you guys can think of any other ones. I think it's Kristi Noem and Ron DeSantis. I think Carrie Lake, if she can get the governorship in Arizona, I feel like she can. Yes, Garrison, you got your hand raised first.
Yeah, no, DeSantis ended up all right, but a lot of people forget whenever COVID first hit, DeSantis went hard on restrictions and lockdowns and masks, and he went very overboard, which is understandable because at the time no one really knew where this was going. And then once the science actually came in, he was like, oh, so masks don't work and lockdowns are not productive and not good for us. Then he reversed course pretty early. I will say that, in my state of Oklahoma, I know I talk about it too much, but you guys talk about your state too much too. Everyone does, right? It's kind of just like a hometown bias type thing. Kevin Stitt, we never had a statewide mandate. We never had a lockdown. We passed legislation to make sure that public schools did not have mask requirements or vaccine requirements very early on. Our state never mandated masking. They recommended it, but they never once mandated it. So I feel like he doesn't get enough credit. And there are a few other red state Republican governors that didn't do it. Either they just weren't as vocal about it, or maybe, I hate to say this, as pretty as Kristi Noem is, and so they didn't get as much attention.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But also, it's okay for you to talk about Oklahoma all the time. I'd rather hear about them than our state. And the reason why I whine about our state is because I absolutely hate our governor. I really absolutely hate him. And people are like, why don't you move? Well, if I could move right now, I would, but I can't. It's not possible to move yet, but I will at some point, but I can't right now. So, but yeah, you got a good point, Garrison. And you can always talk about your state. I know Judge. I like hearing about Judge's state too because it's pretty good. But Vibe, go ahead.
What about the Alaska governor? You don't hear anything about him either.
That's true. Very red. Do you know anything, Garrison, about the Alaska governor?
I don't.
Yeah,
I think it's interesting. Is he very red? I know Alaska is weird because, like, they're red, but sometimes they're more like libertarian red, or like, Murkowski is their senator. So I honestly know nothing about him.
That's true. Yeah, it could be. That's a good point. I mean, I don't know. That's Alaska. We don't hear much about them. The last. I mean, I know that we had what's her name? Sarah Palin was like. They always talk about her from there and everything. I think, isn't she trying to run for a senator position again at some point?
Yeah, she is running. She'll win the seat.
Yeah, she's popular to them. That state,
right,
I think.
Right, but she got robbed during trying to run for governor. So, and then
do you mean president? Do you mean vice president?
Yeah, president.
Vice president.
She wasn't. I think a lot of her biggest problem is the people in Alaska. So I think at the time there was like 750,000 people total in the whole state. It's a very gigantic state, but the population up there is not very big. And I don't know what happened. I think her popularity, and then a whole bunch of bad stuff came out about her husband, and it was a nightmare for her. I think she has really big potential. We'll see if she can win a Senate seat. I think is what she's going for. Isn't she going for Senate?
Isn't she going for Alaska's only congressional seat?
I think. Well, I don't know. It's a good question. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. But I figured I'd just throw Alaska out there. They're kind of unique up there. So.
Yes, Joyce, you are correct. She is going for the congressional seat. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
I
you're
forget about
good.
these small states, and it's like there's only one there. That's right. Them and Wyoming, I think. I don't know.
It's so funny. You go, I forget about these small states, yet Alaska's huge, but they are small when it comes to population, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to take my L there.
No, you're correct, dude. They're not big at all. You're actually right in that. They're a big state, but they're a small state. So you didn't lose anything there. It just makes me laugh because I'm like, you're actually correct because their biggest city is Anchorage, like at 200,000 people, and they don't really have a lot of population, as far as that is. Okay, Jeannie and then Neo. In about 7 minutes, we're going to start transitioning so that I don't steal any of Kat's Reducation time because that's not fair to her. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Thank you for your help tonight, Jason. I appreciated it. And also, I just want to say at the beginning of the pandemic, nobody really knew what was going on. And, I give everybody that was governor a pass for the first number of months until they realized what was actually going on. So I'm good there with any of them who started out strong and then followed the data.
No, that's really good. I agree. I would have even given Jay Inslee a pass for 2 or 3 weeks, but he's going on 850 days, almost tomorrow, 851 days of emergency power. So I don't give him a pass anymore. He's a loser. But you are correct. Who did I call? Neo. Sorry, you're down there. You're moving. As people come in the room, you're moving. Go ahead, Neo.
Well, number one, I agree with what you have to say about Jay Inslee, but I have to go back to a comment that the judge made about Biden and the insider that works for the administration. And you said that this person says that Biden is confident in policies. And you're not going to get me to swallow the pill. Like, never. The media just hides everything of this guy's incompetence. I don't care who we bring in this room, and if he works for Biden, he, she, whoever, and you're going to ever convince me that this guy knows a bleeping thing about anything. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to apologize, actually. That is my opinion. The guy sucks.
Well, Neo always drops the mic. Neo does the mic drop, Judge. He does the mic drop thing. I want to give a shout out to 2 people that joined the room, Conservadad and Bentley, my brother Bentley down there. Welcome to the room. We're glad you guys are here. And go ahead, Jeannie. You have your hand raised. Jeannie?
Sorry, I can be a scatterbrain at times. I just remember something my dad told me a long time ago, that a president is only as good as their cabinet. So if you take it from there, it doesn't matter if Biden is sitting in a room, babbling. If his Senate is doing something, his cabinet is doing something good, does it matter? As long as he's not speaking.
Well, I agree with that in some ways. I believe, let's bring a hypothetical in the 4 minutes we have, and I'd like to hear from 2 people. So the first 2 people that raise their hand get to respond to my hypothetical, because I've heard President Trump say it before. Let's say that Biden, when he took over office, did nothing but went on vacation and left the policies the way they were. Do you think we'd be better off right now than we are after he's turned almost over everything that President Trump did in office? Just, raise your hand. Give me your opinion real quick if anybody's got something to say on that. Because, Jeannie, you got a point there, Jeannie. I think if he would have just left everything the way it was, we would be in a different situation right now. Neo?
I think that's a no shit Sherlock moment. I'm sorry. Things were under Trump, period. Things were better under Trump, period.
Okay, good. And I saw Garrison and then Vibe raise their hand, so I'll let you both have an answer. We got 3 minutes before we go in transitioning, so go ahead, Garrison, and then Vibe.
Well, I think when it comes to policy choices, of course, especially domestic policy, but foreign policy, we've had a war in Ukraine, Afghanistan, we would have broken our treaty with them. So I'll say that's true for domestic issues, but foreign, you can't just not have a president making decisions.
That's true. You are correct. I think if Nikki were in the room, he'd be laughing at me for making that comment. I'm just saying. All right, Vibe, go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep it short. Okay, so Sleepy Joe, let me tell you. That guy is all about the agenda. That's it. That's all it is. Control. It's a joke. Keep laughing about it because it's super, super funny. Love it. That's it.
Yeah, he is a joke. He definitely is. And I agree. And so, I mean, I do agree with Garrison, bring this up because you're right, Garrison, about the policy decisions when it comes to foreign policy. But if he would have just left everything else Trump had done alone, America would be better off. But of course, he wouldn't do that because he's following the AOC and the far left crowd when it comes to things that they're doing, right? So I totally agree with you on that. The judge got dropped. I hope he just got disconnected. We'll find out. We're going to be moving into our next segment. But before we do, and Kat's got a good one coming up. Before we do, we're going to have Kat read our forum guidelines we have. Garrison, you have total control to keep an eye on people's profiles the whole night, buddy. Do your thing and help me to make sure we don't get trolled in here as this room grows. Everybody has a right to speak as long as they don't start acting weird. You know what I mean? Like we want to have civil discussions in here. So you already know it, Garrison. That's one of the reasons why I like you being a co-host, because you already get it. And you actually are a lot kinder than I am. And it helps. Because it's good to have the kindness. Kat is the same way, just the kindness. But the thing about Garrison as a co-host is I also feel like he brings a balance to my leadership style and to Kat's leadership style, and it's very much appreciated. So we are now going to go into the guidelines. It is Kat's time. Kat, go ahead and go through the guidelines, and then let's start Reducation. And if everybody wants to speak, jump on and raise your hands, and Garrison and I will keep an eye. Garrison, will you keep an eye on hands during Kat's Reducation so that if she asks you who raised her hand, you can kind of let her know who did?
Yeah, sure. I'll do my best.
Yeah, and I will help you. We'll do it together, but I just need an extra eye on it just in case. But here we go. Kat, take it away, my friend.
I will do that. And Garrison, just a word of warning. There's a couple people in here I think you need to keep your eye on because they're very dangerous women. That Mamacita and that Jeannie, you don't know what they're going to do. So please, watch out. So here's our forum guidelines.
I agree.
Thank you. As freedom thinkers here in the Conservative Political Forum, we believe in and we value our constitutional rights. We also recognize that even amongst ourselves, there are definitely going to be varied opinions. This forum is a safe place for everyone. We don't tolerate personal attacks. We absolutely do not do raised voices. We also ask that you are considerate of persons who prefer not to hear profanity. Please be self-aware of your mic time because we want to make sure everyone who wants to contribute to a particular topic is able to do that. So now we're going to segue right into a segment that we call Reducation. So I'm going to explain what that is briefly, and then I'll give you the topic. So Reducation is our weekly segment. It's just 30 minutes. It's designed to provide education via point-counterpoint with each other on topics that are important to many Americans. Often these topics are emotionally charged. Keep in mind that all forum guidelines, which is what I was just talking about, are in place for this segment. Nothing changes. We expect all speakers to remain civil. If you have a mic, you'll have a chance to respond. Raise your hand and you will be called on. Now, this is important to remember because this is a 30-minute segment. Keep your answers concise, maybe up to 2 minutes per person. So kind of, again, watch your mic time. So let's get right into this week's topic. It is about the New York State Supreme Court striking down a law that allowed non-citizens to vote. So back in December of 2021, the New York City Council passed a law that allowed voters, in fact, they estimate it was 800,000 to possibly 1 million, to vote in New York City elections who are not citizens. Now, keep in mind that these were not your typical illegal aliens. They were non-citizens who had green cards or special permits, but they were allowed to vote in the New York City election, and what they could vote on would be more the local election. So they couldn't vote for like somebody who was running to be a state senator or U.S. senator or the president, those kinds of things. Now, when they were working on passing this, there was quite a few people that raised objections and said this is against New York State Constitution, which it is. Bill de Blasio, who was mayor of New York City at the time, he even stated concerns, and he would not sign it, but he would not veto it. And since he did nothing, that meant it became a law. So then a couple different Republican groups took it and took it to court. And then it was just recently, days ago, that the New York State Supreme Court struck it down as being unconstitutional. Unconstitutional meaning the New York State Constitution. So that's a good thing. So what then that we'll discuss is, should that have been allowed? Is that okay? And also I want you to keep in mind that there are, I believe, 12 communities across the country who have similar laws in place. A concern is the Democrats, in allowing the open border, are doing that to get more voters, and that these laws, even though it was struck down, are opening the door to have laws in which an actual illegal alien can vote. So we'll go ahead and kick off discussion. I see Jeannie's hand. So Jeannie, go ahead and get us going.
I would think because there are laws already on the books that you have to be a U.S. citizen to vote. I don't know how they'll ever go against that. And maybe someone else can speak to this issue, but I thought voting rights had to do with the federal government, and can a state override a federal government? I'm pretty sure it's in the Constitution. And I know there's a little bit of squishiness in that, but I still think 100% you need to be a citizen. If, you just got to go from there. Only citizens can vote.
Yes, and both the federal Constitution and the New York State Constitution clearly states that. That's why it wasn't a shock that it got knocked down. AJ, welcome to the forum. You are next, so go right ahead.
Hello, good evening. So I'm a libertarian, just kind of poking my head in here. I saw the title of the space. One quick question. I want to know if anybody has watched 2,000 Mules, and if you're concerned about the weakness and flaws in our electoral voting system for 2024. I am very concerned as a libertarian that these weaknesses have not been addressed yet, and they are setting us up for basically a fixed election every 4 years. Your thoughts?
I personally have not watched 2,000 Mules. I plan on watching it. Not sure exactly when. I do believe that there are many concerns about the integrity of elections. Now, I'm glad that you brought it up, but we are in a special 30-minute segment that we're talking about this law that got struck down by the New York State Supreme Court. So it'd be up to Jason, our host, to decide to segue part of this for discussion of 2,000 mules.
Hey AJ, can we talk about this at 9 o'clock, buddy? I'll after my headlines, I'll first bring up that topic because I totally understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so we will talk about this. Garrison, please don't let me forget, buddy, if I get caught up in a bunch of stuff. We will definitely, I think that's a good subject to bring up, AJ. And I appreciate you being in here. We are a conservative political forum. A lot of us are conservatives in here, but we actually have a libertarian co-host sometimes who's an amazing person too, and everything. So you're totally welcome. But I just wanted to let you know, that'll be my first subject after I do headlines. We'll go right to that because that's a good question. Go ahead, Kat.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. And yes, Matt or AJ, definitely an interesting topic that I would like to broach. Bentley, it looks like you were next, and then you will be followed by Matthew.
All right. I just want to say thanks for having me, by the way, everybody. But I absolutely agree with the law. I think, yeah, you have to be a citizen in order to vote. I mean, I feel that's common sense. I know tyrants like our governor here in Washington. Having illegals vote benefits people like him, so it's kind of like a power struggle thing. But I'm very glad with what New York did.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes we have more opposing views in here. I don't think that we do right now per se, so we do kind of get the point counterpoint. Not sure how much we're going to get unless we get some of those folks coming in. But yeah, definitely appreciate those thoughts. Go ahead, Matthew, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm actually going to give a counterpoint. Now, I'll preface this by saying it's not a counterpoint that I agree with, but it is a common counterpoint as to why people who are not citizens should be able to vote in at least local elections. And the common argument that's brought up as far as the rationale is that because they are contributing in taxes at the local level, be it sales tax, be it, certain payroll taxes and whatnot, that they should have some type of say in their representation as taxpayers. I don't agree with that, obviously, but I at least wanted to bring, since this is point counterpoint to a degree, I wanted to bring up the counterpoint. And yes, Kat, I can think of two other locales that are currently doing this. I know San Francisco allows non-citizens to vote in school board elections. I'm not sure if they have other rights. And then I believe there's a county in Maryland, similar type of situation. So I just thought I'd bring those two locales up.
And Matthew, if I can ask, so are you saying that you personally feel that that's okay to do? I just want to clarify.
No, absolutely not. I just thought it's kind of good to since this is a point counterpoint, I wanted to bring up what people who might bring up as a counterpoint to this argument. But no, I certainly don't believe that. But I've heard on more than one occasion when they are discussing about letting people who are non-citizens vote in local elections. That's one of the common themes that is brought up, is the fact that they're paying taxes at the local level, so they should have some form of being able to vote as far as representation goes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And, something I want everybody to think about and respond to if you want is, are these kind of laws a stepping stone for communities or states to open it up in a greater way and expand this? So keep that in mind as well. Jeannie, you had your hand up. Go right ahead.
People who are considered resident aliens can get their citizenship if they so choose. And the argument that, they're paying taxes, etc., I can see that. But if they don't want to become a citizen, they still shouldn't have the ability to vote because they won't take that next step of becoming a citizen.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And one of the things that I read was, as far as like a counterpoint, was kind of like, it sounded like a carrot on a stick. So if we want to encourage these people to actually become citizens, let's give them a little taste of it by letting them just vote locally. But again, my counter to that counter is it's just simply against state constitution and for good reason.
Yeah.
Garrison, please go right ahead.
Yeah, I saw this article, or I saw an article about it, and thought this case was pretty interesting. So it was overturned on New York state constitutional law, right?
Yes.
I don't know if it's against the federal constitution if a locality, say, wanted to allow 14-year-olds to vote. That would be not against the U.S. Constitution. I don't know if this would be federally constitutional or not. I thought it was interesting. Matthew was talking about other localities that did that. At first I was a little torn. I've settled myself that no, we shouldn't. So here was my tear. Was I'm big into federalism, and if a locality wants to decide for itself who elects their city council or their mayor, shouldn't that be the right of the locality? And what right does, the federal government or the state have to, dictate how a local group of people wants to govern themselves? But I talked myself out of that because that could be easily manipulated, where if Democrats get into control for just a brief period of time and they say, everyone's 16 up or 14 up, and every resident, whether you're a citizen or not, or illegal or here legally under a green card or visa, can vote, well, then they just lock themselves into making sure they're elected forever, and there would never be a chance for conservatives to come. So I talked myself out of it. But I did have that little bit of a tear at first.
Sure, and that makes sense. But I'm pretty sure, like, the federal constitution, it doesn't talk about local voting, but just in general, doesn't it say that you have to be a citizen to vote? Am I right?
I'm stumped, man. Like I'm a little embarrassed because I studied constitutional law. I don't know. I do know that they can interject into some state level elections. There's this case called Baker v. Carr where they said it has to be equal districts in state, equal population districts for state legislatures. I don't know how far the Congress could go, I don't know. Maybe a judge wants to join. He may have a better understanding of that issue.
Oh yeah,
I just invited him to speak. Yeah,
so did I. I invited him to speak too. We'll see if he can.
Okay. Well, thanks, Garrison. In the meantime, we'll go with Mama Sita, and then maybe we'll get Judge after that. Go ahead, Mama.
Sorry, I was running around. I don't really know much. I don't know very many details about the law per se, but I will say I feel that you should be an American citizen to vote. This country was designed for Americans, and I think that's who should vote. I welcome, people to come in the country legally, and given the proper passage to get here, they can vote once they become legal citizens. But I've lived in a foreign country, and we've had to abide by their laws and their rules, and we didn't have a say. And I don't understand how it's okay for somebody to come into our country and think not only do they have a say, but they could partake of what natural-born citizens are entitled to. And I work with people at my work who it took 10 years just to get a green card to come over here and then become citizens. And I think it's really unfair for the people that naturally do the work to become American citizens and earn the right to vote to be overshadowed by people that come here illegally and steal the right to vote. I don't think it's right.
That is an excellent point. I love that. Hey, Judge, not trying to put you on the spot, but just in case you're not aware of what we're talking about how in New York State, the New York City Council had passed that law allowing illegals who had green cards to vote in the local election, and then the New York State Supreme Court overturned it because it was against the New York State Constitution. So we're talking about the pros and cons of illegals being able to vote. And then also I have a concern about these kind of laws being a stepping stone for more abuse as all these illegal aliens are pouring over the southern border.
So I have, I've got several opinions on various aspects of how that could go down. But typically, in federal elections, we do not allow for any non-citizen to vote. And I've never heard of any state allowing non-citizens to participate in state elections either. Local governments around the country have experimented with whether or not to allow it. And I say the New York Supreme Court got that one right. I feel like they absolutely got that right in overturning New York City's allowing it on municipal elections, because I think once you start allowing people who are non-citizens a vote, it's a slippery slope. I really do. And I think when you start creating that precedent, you're giving them a right they have not earned under the Constitution. The Constitution, it's either valid or it's not valid. And you take everything that is workable and everything that is good and sacred about that Constitution and throw it right out the window when you take the thing that most separates citizens from non-citizens away, which is the vote. And I think that is the primary thing, is our right to vote. It's our citizenship. It's the hallmark of our citizenship is our say in our government.
Thank you. And I stumped Garrison earlier because I'm pretty sure that the federal Constitution says something that's just basically like you have to be a citizen to be able to vote. Does the federal Constitution say something like that? Do you know?
I'm pretty certain that I've read in there that it does, but I'd have to go back and reread again to be 100% to quote it chapter and verse for you. But I do recall years ago having read that in order to participate in federal elections, you have to also be a United States citizen. I don't think you can do it without being a United States citizen.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it's in there too. I just don't know where. But thank you so much, Judge. So we're going to go with Jeannie, and then Please excuse me if I say your name wrong. It looks like Holidera, and then, pardon me if I say your name wrong, Jara, something like that.
Second one, you're good.
Okay.
Holidera's, yeah, that's my guy, man. What's up, Holidera? I see you in the building.
Okay, awesome. All right, Jeannie, go right ahead, please.
Hasn't there been question as to who actually is a U.S. citizen? I know when Ted Cruz ran for president, it came up. I'm not counting the Obama one because I thought that was kind of trashy. But I've always heard that Congress has never enunciated who actually, in concrete terms, who is a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that being questioned. That's the first time I'm hearing there being an issue with a definition.
Garrison has his hand raised on that. Going as an attorney, you might want to check with him, and then we'll go to the other guys.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Garrison, please weigh in.
So I'll weigh in on like the question proposed to Judge and me because I just did some fact checking. No, it's not in the Constitution. It probably should be, but Congress has passed a law saying that for federal elections, and most states have too, that you must be a citizen of the United States. So it could theoretically be overturned if Congress did it, but that's not likely. I mean, popular support. So it's one of those things that like has been a law in Congress so long we think it's in the Constitution, but it's not technically constitutional, but for all intents and purposes, it has the same effect because it's so ironclad in traditions and history. To the question of what is a U.S. citizen, I took immigration law. It is very well defined. There's been a lot of cases and legal frameworks. I mean, it's one of the longest chapters or titles in American law. Essentially boiled down, if you have one parent and sometimes, or grandparent that is an American citizen, then you are a natural born citizen. So when you hear like you have to be a natural born citizen to run for president, all that means is at the moment of your birth, you're naturally born a citizen. You didn't have to go take a test or go through any loopholes or anything like that. Then there are citizens that come through the process so they get their green card, and then you have to live in the country for so long, you have to speak English, and you have to take a test that most natural-born citizens can't pass, ironically. And once you've gone through all of those hurdles, then you can gain citizenship status by that right? So it is very clear in American law if you're a natural-born citizen, or if you're, I'm sorry, I don't mean that. It is very clear in American law if you're a citizen or not. And with citizenship, you get a lot of privileges and immunities based on that.
Thank you so much, Garrison, for that information. So now I am informed that it is not in the Constitution. I hope that helped you out, Jeannie. If not, let us know. So I want to welcome, there's several new people in here. Welcome. And Holidera, you are new and you're going to have your first contribution, so you go right ahead.
Yeah. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, great.
Hey. Hi. My name is Holidera. I'm not from the USA. However, I take a massive interest in constitutional law because in the UK we don't have a written constitutional framework. Everything is legislative. So I take great interest in how other countries set up their constitutional law. But in regards to the USA, my understanding of the USA in terms of voter rights is that certain voter rights are only federal voting rights are only guaranteed to citizens, and those rights are enshrined within the amendment, or within the amendments in the Constitution. So if you look at the 19th Amendment, the 19th Amendment is what guarantees universal suffrage. If you look at the 26th Amendment, the 26th Amendment also guarantees voting rights to all citizens who are above the age of 18. So there is actual constitutional protections for citizens that are guaranteed that non-citizen Americans do not have within the Constitution. However, the question I wanted to ask everyone who is kind of American here is, how do you deal with the issue of the significant migration, the significant illegal immigrant population that you have? Because if my numbers are correct, I think it's just under 12 million undocumented migrants within the USA. You guys, like, no country can afford to have just 12 million people disappear. Like, if your economy is reliant on those 12 million people.
Hey, Holly Dara.
100%. Hello?
Yes, thank you so much. So
Yeah.
just so that you know, we're kind of on the tail end of a special segment that is a discussion of a New York State law that got struck down, where citizens in New York City that were illegals were allowed to vote. And so we're just on the tail end of it. And, you know, this may be something...
I'll take that up at the top of the hour. The other guy left, so I'll bring that up because that's from one of our headlines. So if you stick around, Holidera, we can totally go into a discussion on that.
But
we'll do it. We'll go into a discussion on it. We're almost about to do it, but I'm going to let Kat finish out her segment.
Go ahead, Kat. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great topic. It's something, you know, of interest to me too, with the rush over the southern border. Jared, did you have something to say in regards to the New York City law that got struck down?
Yeah, in regards to, well, wait a minute, were you talking about the, I don't remember the law you were talking about. I remember you speaking about whether or not, whether or not it was appropriate for someone who doesn't have citizenship to vote or not. That's what I remember everyone talking about last. Is that?
So the New York City law that was struck down was basically allowing illegals who had green cards or permits to vote in just the local election. So they couldn't vote for like state congressmen or U.S. congressmen or anything of that nature. It was just be like the local only ballot. But that got struck down as non-constitutional per the New York State Constitution.
Yeah, that sounds, to me, that sounds appropriate. And the reason why it sounds appropriate is because, there has to be some kind of standard. I mean, if you're going to have, a country, or you're going to have a thing called citizenship, I mean, what would then be the difference if a non-citizen could do everything a citizen can do? You're sort of a member of a group, of a corporation, some people want to say. So you're a member of this, United States of America, and so you, or any country for that matter. I would think that if I go to another country and I'm not a citizen, I would think that I wouldn't be afforded the same privileges as the citizens that are actual citizens there, and I wouldn't expect it either. I would think that I'd be kind of imposing if I would expect it, right? So, in terms of those people being treated with humanity, though, that's another conversation. I do think that people need to be. If I'm going to another country, I would expect to be treated with humanity. I would expect that I wouldn't be my human rights be violated. And so those things shouldn't be happening under any guise of law or smoke screens shouldn't be happening.
Yep, you're absolutely correct. And again, we thank you for providing input and everyone for weighing in on the Reducation segment, which we just had. Appreciate the points and some counterpoints like Matthew. Good job, everyone. And I'll send it back over to Jason for the headlines. And again, thank you for your participation and for being here with us.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Kat. Yes, we are going to go into some headlines so we can talk about some other stuff. I am honored to have you new people in here. Is Hydra still in here, or did he leave? He left. If he comes back, we might go into a little bit of what he was talking about, but he took off. So before I go into headlines, Kat's going to go over our guidelines for the room. Everyone is welcome to speak at some point, and then, of course, if you're done speaking, you can always go to a listener and you can raise your hand to speak again if we get full of mics, because I think you can only have like 10 mics. But Kat's going to go over the headlines, and we love having you all here. I am so honored you're here. She's going to go over the guidelines we have for the forum, and then I'm going to jump into some headlines, and we're going to jump into some topics. The one thing that is off topic for this hour, because Garrison is prepared for the overtime hour, is the 3 Supreme Court decisions that are big that we're going to talk about next hour, and Garrison's going to run that. It'll be awesome. So that's the only thing off topic, but you'll be able to talk about every other headline that I have coming up. But go ahead, Kat.
All right, Jason, thanks so much. Excellent. It looks like we've got several new folks. I welcome you. We're so glad to have you. We are freedom thinkers here in this conservative political forum. We believe in and we value our constitutional rights. We recognize that even amongst ourselves, we are going to have varied opinions, and that's okay. This forum is a safe place for everybody. We don't tolerate personal attacks, absolutely not, and we don't do raised voices. We do ask that you are considerate of persons who prefer not to hear profanity. Please be self-aware of your mic time. The time goes fast. We want to ensure that every person who wants to contribute to a particular topic is able to. Take it away, Jason.
Thank you, and shout out down there to my buddy Jordan. He is more of a Democrat, but he's kind of like, he's a balanced one. I love my brother down there. I've actually worked with him in the past, and he's awesome. So shout out to him down there at the bottom down there. Anyways, we'll go into this. I am a Christian, so before we get started on this hour, which is primetime headlines, I would like to read a scripture. I'm only going to read a scripture. We're not going to go into a bunch of religious topics, but I always read a scripture because I think it's important for us to be balanced in the Word. And so I'm going to do that, and then we're going to go right into headlines and jump into stuff. So the scripture I have for us today is from 1 John 1:9, and it says, If we confess our sins, he is faithful and righteous to forgive us of our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. I wanted to bring that up because God doesn't care where you've been or where you've gone. God loves you. So I just wanted to bring that scripture up. I think that's important. So, all right, we're going to go into headlines. Garrison and Kat, please keep an eye on raised hands. And just in case. So you guys can start raising your hands for the headlines when we go into them and talk about the topics that are coming up. One more thing. Hey, Best. You down there, Best? You got your mic. You got the mic. Okay. I'll come back to Best. He's probably busy right now. And that's understandable. All right, here we go to headlines. All right, so we're going to go through these real quick here. I wanted to say that the Secret Service agents are willing to testify that Trump did not lunge at steering wheel during the Capitol riots, says a source. Dan Bongino says this, and he was a Secret Service agent, so I like what he said about this today. Dan Bongino pointed out major problems with the non-bombshell on his podcast earlier today that the entire mainstream media missed. As he points out, upon departing his rally on January 6th, Trump didn't get into a presidential limo, often called the Beast in the media. He got into an SUV, meaning the story can't possibly be true. Dan also pointed out that Hutchinson recalled Secret Service agent Tony Ornato as telling her that the president got in the Beast, but that no Secret Service agent called called it the presidential limo. So that was pointed out today by Dan Bongino, who was a Secret Service agent and has done a lot with that, and I trust him very much. So here we go. In New York, you guys probably know there's a governor race going on, and Congressman Lee Zeldin, he wins the Republican New York gubernatorial race for the governor race. Zeldin will now square off against Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul in November. Hochul was the state's former lieutenant governor who was sworn in August of last year as New York's first female governor after Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace in wake of the multiple scandals that he was a part of, or that he was talked about being a part of. Hochul won the Democratic primary on Tuesday, beating New York City's public advocate Yuman Williams and Rep. Todd Suzo. So Hochul and Zeldin will square off, basically. All right, we'll go over here. On to the next headline. This one, I know we're going to probably talk about this hour because we've been talking about immigration and all that stuff. Texas trucking company says tractor trailer with 51 dead migrants was cloned by traffickers, report. 46 migrants were found dead inside the tractor, while 4 died later at the hospital. Officials believe the truck was abandoned in San Antonio after it had mechanical problems. A city worker discovered the scene on Monday evening after hearing a cry from the trailer. At least 46 migrants were found dead at the scene, and more died at the hospitals. The 18-wheeler was a clone truck belonging to the Alamo-based company with the same color and registration number. The owner of the Betancourt Trucking and Harvesting told San Antonio Express News. So that's a sad situation, in my opinion, and I think it's just kind of a bummer. The Biden administration did this today, guys. The Biden administration altered federal laws to make it easier for individuals who have worked with designated terrorist groups to legally enter the United States. That's not good. So that's, terrorists coming into the United States. They made it easier for them. So we'll talk about that. With the congressional midterm elections approaching, a new poll from the Republican State Leadership Committee shows that inflation and crime are much more important to voters than the issue of abortion. When asked what issues they could consider most important, 37% of likely voters said the high cost of living and inflation, 16% said the economy in general, crime and violence were most important to 9% of the people, while just 8% of the voters said abortion was the most important issue to them. This data is another reminder of what you see on Twitter and in the press doesn't necessarily capture the reality when it comes to voters' behaviors. The polling memo read, a little more than 4 months from Election Day, the political environment is still a disaster for state Democrats. State Republicans have a commanding lead. What is far away the most important issue to voters is the issue of the state Democrats are trying to exploit to distract from Biden's failing economy and everything that's going on. So they're just saying that the abortion is not the biggest issue for them. It's people being able to provide food on their tables and the gas prices and stuff and everything going on. And with that, Biden's average approval numbers have hit a dismal record, according to Real Clear Politics poll. The president's average approval rating sank to a dismal 38.8% in the polls reported. Never before has Biden seen his disapproval rating hit an average high of 56.9%. As of now, Biden is at 18.1 points underwater, which is another record. So we're seeing a lot of stuff from him, and of course we know that what's going on there. All right, so let us go into hands. Do we have hands? We have Kat's hand. Yes, Kat.
Well, hey, dude, you know how much border stuff ticks me off. And I was busy at work today, so I didn't hardly get on Twitter much, but this is the first I'm hearing about this thing that you're saying about terrorists or something in the border and something Biden did. Can you expand on that a little bit? Like, what the heck's going on with that crap?
That was one of my headlines. I didn't go deep into it because I wanted to bring it up in people's opinions, but it sounds to me like they're going to make it easier for terrorists to come into the country, just like they're doing with all these migrants and stuff. Let's see.
Jason, did we lose you?
No, I'm right here. Sorry. So, Garrison, do you want to look up more on that? I didn't get a chance to really look up deep into that, but that is one of the headlines I brought up because I thought it was kind of odd, that situation. And with that, hands, do we have a bunch of hands? You know what, you guys, if it's okay, everybody in the room, be patient, please. I'm going to go with my buddy Jordan at the bottom of there. He's first time in the room, and I love him. He's like a brother to me. Jordan.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? So can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine, brother.
Okay, good. So my dad, actually, who is kind of he is my source of logic and reason beyond anything else. He is absolutely 100% as red as you get. A very staunch Christian Republican, and he has allowed me to learn some things, and my exposure to other fact sets, I guess as you could say, or different information that I haven't seen before. I've learned a lot from him. So when this whole story about the 52 migrants that died in total on the border came up, you know, I was a little bit shocked by that, but at the same time I wasn't, because of course, you know, if you have loosened border security and you don't force people to go through the appropriate channels for legal immigration, and there is appropriate channels for refugees, you know, there absolutely are. But if you allow the borders to be open, unsecured, and all those things, you're going to get instances like this. You know, more than likely, you're going to see more and more of this. Now, in reference to what you had said earlier about Biden and, you know, allowing members or people with affiliation of terrorist groups to enter the U.S., I mean, it's really par for the course. We've been working with really crappy people all over the world in some of our more, I don't know how I want to put it, I guess invasive sort of military endeavors overseas. And when it really comes down to it is that the moral compass of the U.S. military is non-existent. If they decide to work with a certain entity or group or whatever, they will look past any sort of atrocity they may have occurred to achieve an agenda, you know, and that's just the simple fact of the matter. What we need to do is we need to get out of these foreign wars. We need to pull our troops home. We need to secure our borders and deal with our people here before we send, you know, tens of billions of dollars of funding to other countries. We send our boys overseas to fight endless wars. You know, these are things that we actually have to concentrate on, and is far more important than whether or not states have the right to decide for themselves of what they feel about abortion. You know, but the media is going to tell you that's the most important thing, period, when, as you said, when it comes right down to it, the majority of people really care about how much gas costs, how much food costs, is there even food for my family, the cost of interest rates on homes. the Fed basically saying that they are going to induce a recession in order to, even things out, because inflation is so out of control. And, I just think that the biggest problem we have right now is a media narrative that is hyperbolic in nature, that is divisive in nature, and is looking for the most reactionary takes, the most extreme takes in order to polarize the country more. And both sides are unbelievably guilty of this, and we need to take a second, take a breather, and go, okay, I understand that this is an issue, but is this the most important issue? Is this something we should even care about at this moment? We need to put things on the back burner. We need to care for our citizens first. And just like the voting law that was brought up earlier with New York trying to allow illegals to vote, well, I'm sorry, but no, you should be a citizen. You should be an actual citizen of the U.S. to have your voice heard, because your voice is already heard if it's not anyways, because they will plaster it all over the media or whatever else. It's frustrating to me, because I was an unbelievable leftist to the most extreme degree, and I have since started to take those breathers and say, maybe let me look into this a little bit more. Maybe let me look into the information that I didn't see, because I was looking for information biased towards my answers instead. And so that's more or less all I have to say. I just think that everyone needs to really, take a second to understand what's truly important to the American people, and safety, security, the ability to raise a family, to provide for a family, and to have a measure of success is always going to be the most important thing in Americans' lives. And it's not going to be all these other, radicalizing topics that they shove down your throat in order for you to hate your neighbor.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. And I do agree with you on that. What, Garrison?
I was just going to let you know, I think Jeannie's hand was up first. You may have still been reading.
Yeah. Jeannie's next. Jordan hadn't spoke here before, and I wanted you guys to hear from my brother. So, Jeannie, I wasn't trying to be rude to you. But I do want to make a quick reminder that when you are not speaking, please mute your mic so we don't have feedback. I feel like I'm hearing some feedback. Is Kat's mic muted? Because it looks like it's not. Okay. All right, cool. Just checking, Kat. I couldn't tell. So, yes, Garrison, you're correct. Jeannie will go next, but I wanted to bring up what Jordan said, because I go into these spaces a lot with Garrison, and we have a friend that is in there that brought something up, and he's a liberal, and they were talking about how the abortion thing is, and we'll be talking more about that later, but I just want to bring up the point Jordan brought up. They were talking about the abortion thing, that could move the needle for the Democrats. I really don't believe, and that's what I was reading, and I'm glad I found that poll. 37% of the people in the United States are saying, I'm making more money now, and my money's not going very far. My car, and I have a small car, it used to cost me $37 to fill it up. It's almost $85 now. I mean, it's ridiculous. My car. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, and so for me, that's a huge important issue. We got to get this gas prices thing under control. Well, how do you do that? Well, I'll tell you one way. Why don't we start being a little more reasonable and start drilling on on American soil again? Try, start providing for our country, because we can, instead of relying on countries that are at war and countries that don't want to help us. But we got Dodo Brain going to Saudi Arabia, and nothing's going to happen when Dodo Brain goes over there. You know what I mean? So those are my 2 cents to add to what Jordan said. And then, Garrison, you said it was Jeannie, so Jeannie next. And then did Neo have his hand raised? If he did, he can re-raise it after, but I'm going to let go Jeannie and Matthew.
I just wanted to bring up the idea of the illegals crossing the border. Almost everybody who crosses the border has a coyote that's either leading them, or they put them in a truck or some kind of vehicle, or they find some way to smuggle them across the border. And they pay them usually to begin with $2,000 just to have the coyote do that. And then once they get to where the coyote thinks they're safe, into a safe house,
they charge them another $2,000 to $4,000 more. And this is firsthand information from relatives, because, you know, my other side of the family is Hispanic, and they've had to deal with this. And then oftentimes these coyotes will go to the original people who posted the $2,000 and try to extort money from them. There's nothing humanitarian about using a coyote. No amount of money is worth risking your life. And I don't understand why people, you know, don't understand that these people are not humanitarians. They're there to make money, and they make thousands and hundreds of thousands, maybe even $1 million, transporting people across the border. And to me, it is quite the injustice, and that alone should be a reason to build a wall and close the border and let people come legally.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, we gotta do that, and I know that the cartel is sending drugs over. I mean, Jordan, you live in the same area as we do, Jeannie. They're allowing drugs over here. Just the other day in Seattle, a guy was arrested. He's a Mexican. He doesn't speak English. When the cops stopped him, he had a bunch of drugs on him, and he said that the cartel told him to come up here to Seattle where drugs are legal and start selling. They told him to do that. So he's like, okay, because they were going to pay him a lot of money to do it. So it's happening, and it's not good. So I agree. Let's go to Matthew, Neo, Jordan, and then Mamacita.
Real quick before I get to to address your topic, I'm going to piggyback on that last comment you just said, Jason. Our wonderful local judiciary, I think this is a King County Prosecutor's Office, that guy you're talking about, he's out right now. I'm not sure if it's a bail issue or what, but they didn't feel the need to keep this guy locked away. So when they talk about quote gun violence and all the drugs going on in Seattle and King County, they don't care. Anyway,
well, that's because we have a King County prosecutors and people. I know we've got more of a Republican now, but we've got a King County leadership and prosecutors that are saying, no, I'm going to let these guys out. I mean, they're not cracking down on these guys because they're just allowing them to just commit crimes and then go free. And I'm going to give you guys a stat real quick, Matthew, and then I'm going to go because Dory brought it up today, and I was like, holy crap. In Tacoma, Washington, in the last 3 days, there have been 14 shootings. In Seattle, in the last 28 days, there have been 29 shootings. That is horrible leadership policies from our leaders in Washington State. That's what's been happening in this state, for those of you that don't live in this state. We have some really stupid leaders in this state. Go ahead, Matthew.
Right, and to go along with that, we also have some really bad judges at the city and county level. Something I learned from Dory, and this is good if you don't know, when you see judges in voter pamphlets and they get endorsed, like Seattle or Washington State Bar Association endorsements, understand that the majority of the Washington State Bar, those are defense attorneys that are part of the bar. So when you get an endorsement, that means you're getting an endorsement from defense attorneys. So these judges, not all necessarily, but a lot of these judges, if you see that Bar Association recommendation, that's because they're soft on crime judges, hence the perpetual revolving door of guys like who you just brought up getting out and other people involved in violent crimes with guns. So, but anyway, I want to get to you one of your headlines, and that's the bad polling with Biden and the effects on the Democratic Party, and I'll bring up the local angle on that. So Patty Murray, if anyone who's been watching TV lately are seeing the ads, the attack ads against Tiffany Smiley. Now, I've lived in Washington my entire life, and I cannot remember the last time I saw Patty Murray running attack ads. And I did a little digging, as it turns out, and just in the last few weeks alone, Patty Murray has spent $1 million on ads, which should tell you something. Now, it's not necessarily going to say she's not going to win, but the fact that she's running this many ads this early on, in fact, as it turns out, she's the first incumbent senator this year to be running attack ads. So she's getting way ahead of this, which tells you the polling here in Washington for Patty Murray isn't as comfortable as she would like, and this is a state where Biden won by 20 points. So that tells you even in the bluest of blue states, there's worry there. So something to think about on the polling aspect. And do I have anything else to add on that? No, but just there you go.
Well, thank you, Matthew, and yeah, sorry I interrupted on your conversation. We got a bunch of hands up, and I want to make sure I get to everybody. All right, so we're going down to Neo. Go ahead, Neo.
I don't even know where I'm at now. I'm like, what? I mean, we've danced around so much. I had a point. I think I forgot it. I want to talk about Oklahoma at this point. I mean, Garrison. I mean, I think we need to bring up Oklahoma. I'm joking, but to key Jason on the polling of Biden, and just here's the part that I've said this before. I'm old enough to remember where I remember seeing AOC down at the border crying and screaming, and Kamala, and here we go. And I think I'm going back to what I said earlier to Judge, and I made him leave. But just this guy is the most failed. I call him applesauce brains, by the way. Applesauce brains is just so out of touch, and people want to maybe defend his cabinet and everything else, and the president doesn't have a magic wand. But what I'm saying is that everything's gotten worse, and the hypocrisy is what drives me crazy. I can't handle hypocrisy, but everything they've done to Trump to make him look bad, they're doing it themselves. And a guy that has an approval rating, that has the media on his side, drives me crazy. Because if you can just imagine in your head, if Trump did everything this administration has done so far, it would be a media just explosion. And I don't see how anybody could disagree with me on that. If Trump did any of the decisions that Biden has done for the last couple of years, I'm sorry, there would be just psycho news. This guy, he would be ostracized. It'd be insane because he did a lot of good things. I'm not saying Trump's perfect, and I'm a Trump supporter. Absolutely. Everybody knows that about me. I'm ultra mega, right? That's the hip thing to say. But I'm just thinking about, like, I wonder if Trump would have done that. I wonder if Trump would have done that. I mean, all the way down to the first impeachment for him talking to Zelensky, which I read the phone conversation, which it was not quid pro quo. It was not that. Whereas Biden's on video actually committing quid pro quo. So it's just like this. All this stuff is just like it's rules for thee and not for me. And that's what drives me the craziest about what's going on with this administration. There's just no common sense. That's all. I want to give Biden, or try to pretend. And in Cap, by the way, I do encourage you to watch 2,000 Mules. I know that did kind of come up, and it is good. And it's been squashed also by Fox News viewers like myself. I'm not 100% crazy about Fox News. They kind of screwed some things up also. They're politically driven, obviously, but they try to lean towards us or people like myself that are in this room. But the fact that they've taken Dinesh and like they won't even talk about it either drives me crazy. So Cap, please watch 2,000 Mules. Just be educated on that. There is a lot. There's so many things. To me, my point is I'm kind of being all over the place. My point is that I just want to, like, you take Trump out and you insert Biden, and it's like the rules should be kind of the same, and the media drives that. And so there's so many uneducated people, including myself, that just take a common sense approach to politics. And it has not been a fair fight so far. It has not been a fair one. And that's all I have to say about that.
Wow, I'm impressed. Has anybody ever heard Neo talk this long? That was good, Neo. But I want to bring up one thing, and then I'm going to go to I hope I say it right. Jariah. I'm sorry, buddy, if I messed up your name.
No, there's no I. J-A-R-H.
J-A-R-H. So, Jara?
Yeah, you can say Jara. That's
All
how you
right,
say
bro.
it.
I'm
But,
sorry, man. I don't
or you
want
can
to
say
screw it up.
Jay. No, you're good, man.
Just 1 sec. Just one thing I'm going to bring up real quick, and then you can go. Where there's a double standard, there's a hidden agenda. And the Democrats are very good. And there are Rhino Republicans doing it too. Look at Liz Cheney. Where there's a double standard, there's a hidden agenda. They have a hidden agenda to keep, gas prices aren't that bad. I keep hearing that. I'm like, please, you fools, you guys are stupid. Yes. So just remember that. Where there's a double standard, there's a hidden agenda. Go ahead, Jara.
I think there was a few other hands before me, wasn't there?
I'm just going to go through the list. I'm going to go Jara, Jordan, Jeannie, and then, or Jara, Jordan, Mamacita, and then Jeannie.
All right. I'll jump out there. I don't know. Let me take care of one thing first. In terms of, I noticed it says a conservative political forum, right? And I've been listening to what you've been talking about, immigration, and it's good to discuss those problems. Whether or not I think it's a major problem for the U.S., I don't think it's a top problem. It is a problem. I think if we're a little more creative, we can come up with some solutions. It's going to take creative thinking and not separatist thinking. It's not going to take, different types of thinking. So give me 1 second. This dog is a little bit crazy. Hold on I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
While he's taking care of the dog real quick, I will say I'm always happy to talk about Oklahoma, Neo. And to Judge message me, he's on the East Coast. It's 12:30 there.
He's in bed.
He said he was dozing off and nodding, and he's got court early in the morning, so I'll give him a pass given the hour.
And I do too. Judge didn't leave because of you, Neo. Judge's pretty tough, buddy. He left because he can't stay awake, and that's understandable. Garrison can't stay awake, but I make him. Just kidding. I'm just teasing you, Garrison.
And make me host the segment after midnight my time. I'd be up anyways, probably hosting a space myself. So I'm happy.
You would be. Yes, I know. I'm so honored that you are. Okay, so let's go to Jordan for now. We'll come back to how do I say his name? I always mess up. Jara.
Jara.
Okay.
I'm back, guys.
Okay. Go ahead, Jara. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Got this damn thing keep working. So hopefully I didn't make noise on this thing while I was on mute, or it didn't unmute. So yeah. Look. I sometimes I have views that are a little more conservative. Sometimes I have views that are a little more liberal. I think that polarizing ourselves is just kind of automatically biased. I think that identifying a particular thought pattern within yourself and saying I'm more like this, right? It creates a situation where you might tend to be loyal to certain types of ideas, right? And so instead of actually using critical thinking to dissect the idea, it has a harmful outcome. I think it's been effective to manipulate the public, to have people running around saying I'm this or I'm that, and instead of actually being a critical thinker and just going along with what makes sense, because that might be actually harmful to people who have agendas and are trying to lead the country into a place of that benefits them instead of the majority. Anyway, to get back to the major topic here, which was originally, I think you guys were talking about immigration before, and then you went into Trump. I'll speak on immigration and then Trump really quick. As far as immigration, my father's an immigrant. He did the long, hard way. He had to take the test. He had to earn his citizenship. Came out of Jamaica, countryside of Jamaica. There's a lot of different culture groups in Jamaica. Unfortunately, Jamaica gets stereotyped into being one type of group of people, but just like America has different groups of Americans depending on what region you're in, same thing with Jamaica. You have the farmers, you have the city people, you have, aristocrats, you have politicians, you have all different types of groups of people in Jamaica, fathers from the countryside. So it'd be similar to maybe somebody from Louisiana or Texas, right? Or somebody, a farmer, or somebody from farmland out in the Midwest, right? So that'd be the similar culture, right? Those type of Jamaican people. So that's the kind of roots he came from. And, he had to take his test. He had to get sworn in and earn his citizenship. People are jumping across the border and people are doing things like that, which are illegitimate. And I think that should be dealt with appropriate legal measures and take the appropriate steps. However, when human life is involved and families get involved, there should be certain measures taken, and maybe certain, obviously some kind of punishment issued to where where it's still not dehumanizing, but some kind of consequence, right? So that it can discourage the behavior, but it has to be something, that doesn't violate someone's human rights. At least, even in our prisons, we still have rules that are supposed to be there that's supposed to protect people's human rights. So yeah, something needs to be done and put into place, and we do have systems in place for that, but obviously it's being ineffective. As far as drugs coming across the border, I hear somebody saying that, but I don't think people realize how much of a cooperative thing that is. If you've never been a criminal, you've never been in the underworld, never been doing anything like that in your life, you've been a legitimate citizen your whole life, you probably think on straight and narrow, but you don't realize how much people are actually involved in the crimes that are being committed, how much the Border Patrol is actually involved in making money with the cartels, how much our government agencies, CIA, have been investigated themselves. That didn't turn out too well when they investigated themselves, but have been investigated for participating in some of that trafficking. So, of course, it's unfounded. I mean, why would it be founded? Because they're investigating themselves. But regardless, moving on from that, then we have Trump, right? So Trump, oh my God, Trump. I don't get into all that stuff, man. I've been paying attention to, entrepreneurship and real estate, and that was one of the first books. I was like, it really kind of like, oh shit, I like this. The Art of the Comeback. Reading all these early 2000s, man. I was really into that, and I was a young entrepreneur and somebody who's always into entrepreneurship, hustling, and all types of avenues in my life. I tried a lot of things, and one thing I will tell you about, the reason why I stopped reading the Trump books is because I started noticing a certain type of, I'm very informed. I know my history. I'm well aware of who I am and where I come from, and the contributions that Africans and Black people have made to the world's human civilization. When you're not aware of those things, you tend to lean biased towards Eurocentrism. You tend to think that only one group of people have contributed to the majority of human advancement. And when you have that kind of thinking, it creates a bias. And so, when I started reading things like, I'm rich and because I'm supposed to be, and, referring to blonde hair, blue eye comments, or restricting people from his hotels and things like that, whatever. Like I said, I can like something about somebody, but I could also say, well, listen, there's something I don't respect about you. So,
that's interesting, Jara.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack there about
definitely
different topics. We do have other people with their hands up.
All right,
Gordon is next.
So I'll do 30 seconds. Let me just get to 20 seconds.
Okay, but just as a memo to the entire space, let's try to keep our points succinct on topic and just to one or two real quick topics because we have so many hands up and so many people wanting to speak.
All right. Yeah, so I'll conclude really fast because I just don't want to get misunderstood because what happens when you do that is that obviously got people behind me. So let me just hurry up. Don't misunderstand me, please, because there's so much more I have to say on this because that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm very balanced. So what I was trying to say was in a nutshell, when it comes to these identity politics and stuff with unfairness with Trump and things like that, whatever, I'd ask people to look at the unfairness of America in general. It's just when you have unfair policies in general and things are based on discretion and things are based on preferential treatment, that system tends to collapse on itself. And eventually the people, it's a very thin line between who's receiving preferential treatment, who's not. And when you have a system based on that, be careful about it because it could turn back on you. And so that's all I got to say on that.
Awesome. By the way, Jara, you are More than welcome in this space anytime. We do it every Wednesday, and your opinions matter to us. So please know, bro, that we don't take offense here. We are the Conservative Political Forum in a title, but everybody's welcome here as long as we're able to speak and have good conversations. That's what matters. I just want you to know that, my friend. So you're more than welcome here. Thank you, Garrison, for bringing up the mic thing. I appreciate that.
My fault about that. Taking too long.
That's not your fault, man. I actually hadn't brought it up in a while, so you're cool.
I usually do 2-minute timers on mine. That's why.
Yeah, no worries, bro. And you'll have more time tonight because we got a lot of other stuff to cover. That's why I want to make sure we get to this because people's hands are flying up. So just once again, as Garrison said, and I really appreciate how he said it, just be self-aware of your mic time so you all can speak and you can get back to speaking too. We want you to be able to, everybody to speak here, but that's all we want. And everybody's, it's good. So, Jordan, my friend.
Before we go to Jordan, can I make one quick other announcement, Jason?
Yes.
We have reached the speaker limit at 10. And we have a few requests. So if you think that you're going to join in, but if you're just like dozing off or something, can we free up a space and then we'll cycle through and add more? But we've reached our limit, which is awesome for a space.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah. And that being said, with that, Garrison, you're correct. Garrison will bring you back up. So, I mean, if you step down, don't think you're done speaking. We want you to be able to speak, but we just want to make sure everybody can speak. And we're so honored you're here. I know Kat and I and Garrison. I mean, Garrison's watched this space grow. I'm honored you're here, guys. And to the people like Jara who came in, man, I am so glad. I like having different opinions here. Isn't it awesome, Garrison?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it's a conservative forum, but all opinions are welcome. No one wants to live in an echo chamber. I want to add that we are at 9 now. If we're at 8 or 9, feel free to sit in the speaker box, but if you see it hit 10, I may make the announcement again just to free up space. But now we have extra spaces available, so no reason to drop down if we're around 8 or 9. Just when we hit the 10 mark, that's whenever we may ask that again.
Sweet. Okay. That's perfect, Garrison. Thank you, my brother. Jordan, thank you for being patient. And then right after you, it's Mamacita, Jeannie, and then Kat.
Hey, thank you. I honestly, I'll keep this pretty short. Something that just has been iterated and then reiterated to me. Again, my father is my compass on so many different things, and what I'm bringing up is that it is inherently human to hold multiple contradictory points of view at the same time. So to think that any viewpoint or any political ideology that you hold is black and white and the end all be all truth, and that there may not be more truth for you to find or new bits of information or outlooks that you haven't already accessed is just ignorant in nature. We need to always seek new information, and actually, now that I say this, one other thing I do want to touch on is the history of the United States and importing drugs into the U.S. because our country and our country's government is inherently responsible for the epidemic of drug use in this country. We are responsible for bolstering and building the strength of the cartels. That is our fault. It is not the fault of the American people. It's the fault of the American government, and that's documented. You can find all kinds of evidential proof on that fact. Look at Ricky Ross and California and all that nonsense of the crack epidemic. You can go even far enough back to when the push away from fats into sugars happened, and we essentially strong-armed, Mexico into adopting, the substitution of sugars in place of fats, and we inevitably, as well as drug prohibition in that country, we strong-armed them into these things. And it hurts us. It's when we push our politics on other people instead of allowing for them to speak their reason or their concern or their ideals, listen, absorb, and reflect on them. When we just push, we only push people away or push people into pain. And that's something that we always have to stay cognizant of, is that when you're too much on the attack mode, that this person's the enemy and this side is the enemy, period, plain and simple, you won't grow. And that's what happened to me. I got sucked into this echo chamber that was only ever feeding its own ideologies. And the moment I had someone say to me, "Yeah, that's not true, dude, check this out," and I looked into it, I went, "Oh, wait a minute, what else might not be true in this?" And I consider myself not a liberal, not a Democrat, not a Republican, not a conservative. I consider myself, more of a modern centrist, or a social libertarian, where I do believe in personal autonomy and personal rights and things like that. But I also believe that there is a point and a purpose for social structures within the government to provide certain provisions. My biggest thing is healthcare. But we're getting off topic, so I won't go into that. But that's more or less just what I wanted to say, was that, everyone can have two things that seem to be opposing as ideologies, and to them it's not. It's just a manifestation of who they've become through time and learning and personal experience. And so that's all I really wanted to add.
Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate your opinion, bro. You've been a really good brother in my life. So, Mamacita, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to try to rewind what I was going to say. But I wanted to kind of follow up what you were saying, Jason, about drugs in the city and drugs in general. I mean, and it goes right along with open borders, because I feel like it's personal for me, because my son passed away from a fentanyl overdose, and fentanyl is just coming into the country in large quantities, and it's easy to distribute, it's easy to make, and people are just dropping dead from it. And it's being brought over from where my son was right straight over the border. And this is one of the main reasons why I want the border closed. And there doesn't seem to be enough focus on that aspect. They just let these people come in, and, some of them could be harmless, and, families trying to look for a better life, but there are a lot of bad people, a lot of drugs coming in, and there doesn't seem to be any governance over that. And I really wish that they would focus more on the things that are destroying our communities and our cities. Like, even in Seattle, you walk down the street and there's drugs everywhere you go. I work in it every day, and it's bad. And there doesn't seem to be enough focus on us as opposed to what benefits them. And they have the control to do that, but they choose not to. And it's really hard to see as a mom that lost my child, and they're not doing anything about it. It's just really sad for me to go through this and then not have any hope in that aspect. I don't even know if hope is really the word, but yeah, I just feel like we need to close the borders so we can get a little bit more control of what's coming in and what's going out of our country.
And I know we've probably said this before, but we're really sorry for your loss, and we're here for you as support. And I understand. I mean, that's a very difficult situation. I mean, obviously, I'm not in that situation. I've been through some difficult stuff in my life, but I mean, that's tough, and I totally understand, and you feel helpless when you don't know what you can do. And I agree, we need to do something about the borders and something about stopping these drugs. So very good points, Mamacita. Thank you for speaking about it and speaking from your heart. Jeannie, you're up.
Mamacita, I had the same experience. My son died September 9th from a fentanyl poisoning. I have all the empathy in the world for you. Now I want to change subjects. Earlier we were talking about polling and stuff, and you notice in the state of Washington that it's obvious Patty Murphy has internal polling, but none of the major, newspapers, broadcast news for local have said anything about polling between Patty Murray and Tiffany Smiley. And my guess is because it's bad news and they are not going to bring it up.
They're going to do what they've always done, what they do in the national media with Biden, and they're not going to say anything about it. That's what they're doing. They're hiding it by not saying anything. You are correct, Jeannie. Kat.
Yeah. Hey, welcome new people. We got a lot of new people. Glad you're here. Hey, Jason.
Well, let's welcome Herc back. Herc's one of our rotating co-hosts. I love Herc. He's awesome. So,
glad to see you.
Hey, Herc. Good to see you.
Likewise. And I'm glad Sarah made it. I'm glad I was talking to, I think his name is Jera. I hope I pronounced that right. And I told him about this space, and I'm glad that he stuck with it. And as you can see, that although we have different ideologies, it's great to be around compassionate conservatives that respect other ideologies.
Oh yeah, and my brother Jordan down there with his hand raised is another. He's also more. He's not a conservative, but he's not like totally blue anymore. He can tell you what he is, but yeah, I agree, and we won it, and I'm glad Jera stayed and brought his points up too. So, but anyways, I interrupted Kat by saying hello to Herc and caused a whirlwind of making her not say what she needed to say. So, Kat, take it away.
How dare you, Jason? I'm just kidding. So I was researching what you said about what Biden did today to allow terrorists to come across the border. I'm guessing more so than they already were. But anyway, I've been trying to research that, and I can't find a darn thing on it. So I wanted just to ask you if you could post whatever it is that you ran across up above. You were looking for a name for it, and I thought the balcony was a good name because it's up there, and we're down here in the cheap seats.
Yeah, Jason.
The forum board. The forum board.
You asked me to research that as well, and I did, and I didn't come across anything either.
All right. I will try to look for it when your hour is going, Garrison, and I have a chance. I will go and look for it, and I will put it up there. That means I'll probably interrupt your segment next hour for about 2 minutes and talk since I love hearing myself. I'm just kidding, guys. Well, I do. It's fun.
He's not kidding. Come on, Jason.
I ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You gotta appreciate yourself.
Yeah, that's right. But I like to make sure you guys get a chance to talk. So even though I say I love hearing myself, I like to make sure that, I mean, you guys are all here, and I'm so thankful you are. So anyways, okay, Kat, we'll look at that. Be cool. Now my wife's talking in the background and making comments. Okay. Anyway.
So Jason likes to hear himself talk, but he's also at the same time looking in the mirror.
No. She's okay. We're moving on, Kat. This is not about me. This is about all of you guys, and you got your hands raised. So we're gonna go down to Jordan, and then was it Jeannie or Jara that had their hand up next? Garrison, do you know?
I was last.
You were last?
Jara.
Okay, so we'll go Jordan, Jeannie, and then you, Jara.
So I just wanted to speak on what Mamacita and I used to be a heroin addict. I used to be pretty much the garbage of the garbage when it came to my ethics and my morality. I was strung out and strung up and all that nonsense, and so I have a huge heart for people who get caught up in it. I've had a number of friends die from overdoses, suicides, and the like. A lot of friends that I have no idea where they are, or nor at this point in time do I really want to look into it because they were friends from a past that I'm not trying to get back. But the problem, the epidemic, the true epidemic in this country is substance abuse, and the numbers don't lie. It year after year it goes up by tens of thousands or more. And it's a sad reality we live in, where so many people need to escape. because that's where it comes from. It comes from a wanting need to escape reality and numb yourself to that reality. And it's not just broken homes that breed addicts anymore. You know, it's not just a family history of addiction, you know, a generational demon, if you will. It's not just that anymore. It's that there is a sense of existential crisis that everyone feels. And, you know, I do place a lot of the blame on our media, and I do place a lot of the blame on our politics, because where did these drugs come from? Where did the sudden influx of heroin come from in the early 2000s? You know, that came from Afghanistan. We specifically allowed and helped to coordinate the import of heroin from Afghanistan through Canada into the United States, specifically through New York. You know, and now what we have is another governing superpower in the world, i.e. China, who has seen how frivolous we are with ourselves and with our governance. And so they see a profit motive, and they see a means to destabilize our country. So they're feeding it in through the southern border and the northern border, but most primarily through the southern border. And while they're doing that, they're also strengthening a cult of violence that is the cartels. You know, and it's sad, because I've seen so many people lost to this, and especially now with fentanyl, because fentanyl's not the same. It's not even close. It is so much more potent and deadly than anything that's ever been on the market or available for recreational, if you want to call it that, use. And you know, I think that does stem a lot from general prohibitions, and this is where I'm more of kind of a libertarian, is that, you know, I think that the prohibition against people's ability to choose whether or not they should partake in those things, and instead of educating people on what it may do to your body, how it may affect you, we simply chastise people or chastise the notion of, you know, ever wanting any sort of substance to benefit your reality outside of what we deem as legal: alcohol, weed in some states, caffeine, you know, all of these different things. You know, so it is something that I think needs far more attention brought to it, because it's a growing epidemic, and it is taking the lives of so many people who are dabbling, even not even people who are hardcore addicts that have been in it for, you know, 10, 20 years like I was. You know, these are people that are just barely getting their feet wet in the world of you know, quote unquote, having fun, and they're dropping dead like flies, and it breaks my heart. It really, really breaks my heart, because I know these people. I've been these people. I have been with these people. I have seen their pain. I've experienced it. And when I hear that loss, I feel that loss every time. And so I just wanted to state to those here, which is probably most or all of us that have lost somebody to, you know, substance abuse, that, you know, unfortunately at this point, there isn't much we can do outside of just love on them and just show them that they are valuable without it, and that they have a life of meaning, even though they may not see it. And even that may fall short, and even the greatest amounts of love, care, and concern may fall short, because the rebellious nature of being, you know, of drug use and of teens will always, you know, coincide, and also the absolute potency of the drugs on the market will inherently lead to more and more deaths. But yeah, that's more or less what I wanted to say, and I do have to bid everyone a good night. I have to get up early in the morning, so I'm going to get out of here. But thank you for allowing me to join this space, and I love you all, and I will pray for you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Jordan, yes. Good. Thank you so much, bro, for coming and joining. All right. So I know we got two hands up. We're getting to the overtime hour. So if the two hands can speak pretty quick, I want to give Garrison his nearly full hour, other than when I interrupt on some things for the questions you guys had. And then in the overtime hour, we're going to close in prayer. I hope you guys, if you want to be here when I close in prayer, I'll close in the overtime hour in prayer. But anyways, we've got that going. So Jeannie and then Jara, and then we're going to go right into Kat's going to give the guidelines, and I'm going to let Garrison take over because I really wanted to have time to talk about the Supreme Court rulings, 3 different ones that we can talk about. So
Jordan saw my face was coming out, so he just had to leave right before.
Yeah, he's a baby. He's got to go to bed early. Jeannie?
I just wanted to say that I just want to reiterate the thing about our northern border. That's open wide as a sieve too. Don't be deluded to think that the border between British Columbia and Washington is secure as well. It's not.
Okay, that's a good point. Jara, my brother, go ahead.
What's going on, brother man? The other thing I just want to touch on, which was the end of what we were talking about, on the border issue. Look, I'll be quick. I know Garrison got to go. It's 1 o'clock. I think that we're lacking creativity here. It's very easy to get into a mentality of saying, okay, these people are to blame for our problems, or these people are to blame for our problems. It's very easy to get into that. But it's challenging and requires hard work or some deep thought or some thinking, some creative thinking, to come up with some effective solutions to manage what is essentially a human problem. And so, thinking of clever ways, I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. I think anybody does, but in a nutshell, I think that if we just would maybe come up with a way to utilize the people that are doing that. We have, we could, there's so many ideas. I don't even want to, if somebody's hell-bent on just saying close the border, and that's what your mind is on, no matter what suggestion I make, you're probably going to find a way to critique it. But that's why I'm not going to even bother offering one. But I will say this, though. Think about this. When you have a massive amount of people doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, and they're technically breaking your laws, well, now they're putting their fate in your hands. So you could choose to do some things. You could utilize the person in some way for a short period of time, and then maybe make them work their way to something, and by that way, y'all both benefit, because eventually they'll get their citizenship, and then maybe you could get something in return. And then we also have to be honest about, when we're talking about, drugs, you're talking about crimes, we're talking about the underworld, we're talking about stuff that if you're a legitimate citizen, you probably don't get it. You probably don't understand that the people that, you think are responsible are also working with the people that are supposed to be holding them accountable. So, and it's more often than you think, and I'm sorry to say, but most people are naive to that. They just think, oh, these are Border Patrol, or these are government agencies, they're doing the right thing. They're really not. They're getting paid underhand. Everybody's doing backhand deals. It's pretty crazy. Money is very influential. I'm going to stop there.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. We value that. Herc, can you get some final thoughts, and then I'm going to give Kat right after her. Kat, you can go right into the guidelines, and then Garrison, it's your turn, buddy.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off what Jara just said. There was a creative solution implemented in New York. I watched a segment on John Oliver about it, about giving fentanyl to users. And I was skeptical, very skeptical when I first watched it. But as he explained it, what the process was, they would administer the drug under supervision. So there'd be like a film recording of it, and they'd watch it through a window or something like that. And then the person was required to speak to a mental health specialist a few days later. And then if they wanted to come back, they had to, follow certain guidelines. But what they found was that it was a 75% chance of more of a person in that program seeking treatment than it was from the people on the street. And it got a lot of backlash, but I urge people who are interested in the subject to check out Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. It was, I think, like less than 2 months ago, more than a month ago. That was the main segment. So thanks for letting me go overtime.
No problem. Kat, guidelines, and then Garrison. And then everybody will have a chance to speak in the overtime hour when Garrison calls on you. Go ahead, Kat.
All right. Thanks so much, Jason. Hey, welcome to all the new people. So glad to see you. Here's our guidelines. Here in the Conservative Political Forum, we are freedom thinkers. We believe in and value our constitutional rights. We recognize that even amongst ourselves that we are going to have varied opinions. This forum is a safe place for everybody. We don't tolerate personal attacks or raised voices. We do ask that you be considerate of persons who prefer not to hear profanity. Please be self-aware of your mic time because we want to ensure that everyone who wants to contribute to a particular topic is able to. And with that, take it away, Garrison.
Thanks, Kat. Welcome, everyone. Tonight I wanted to talk about the recent Supreme Court decisions, as Jason alluded to earlier. Primarily, he said 3. I actually want to hit on 4. So I want to hit on the big 3, the abortion decision, the gun rights decision, and the prayer in school decision, and also a decision that was released today regarding Oklahoma and Indian country and crimes there. I wanted to start off just to kind of get a feel of the room. So a little bit of legal philosophy behind this to begin. Do you think, and we'll go with hands, what are your opinions on if law should be decided rigidly, just like letter of the law, or if we should bring morals into it? And I don't want to spend too long on this. I just want to feel do you think it should be based on what a Supreme Court justice, holds as a personal opinion, therefore they vote on it? Do you think it should be, this is a national mood and the majority polls show that this is the way people think, or should it just be strict letter of the law interpretations? Jeannie, your hand's up.
I totally believe that it should be the letter of the law. You can see with the split decisions that, people may interpret the Constitution differently, but I think sometimes the liberal judges are basing their decisions based on their own philosophy, not the letter of the law.
Does anyone else have any opinions on that? Herc, your hand's up.
I was quite upset when I found out about the voting rights being gutted a few years back. But then I read some of the judges' opinions, and what they said was the law needed to be updated, and basically Congress has been in gridlock, and that's one of the reasons why Roe versus Wade was never codified, in my opinion. But maybe they never really wanted it to be codified. That's another story. But if Congress isn't going to do their job, then it puts the Supreme Court in a bind because they're required to go by the letter of the law. They're not supposed to be swayed by public opinion. And that's why Supreme Court's justices are there for life. They don't have to worry about being replaced and so forth. So, and even though it breaks against what I want personally, it's probably for the best if they stay consistent.
All right, I just wanted to do that as a starter. So first I want to talk about the New York City rifle, and I'm glad Colin joined, so we have a little bit more diversity of opinion here. It's the Second Amendment case in New York about being able to receive a concealed carry permit or license without having to show special need or special cause. So there are 6 states in the country that required that you go to a government agency and you plead your case, and that government agency determines if you have enough need or not like if you have enough special need to be able to receive a license. And if they arbitrarily decide that you don't have enough need, then they can deny you a license to defend yourself in public. I want to hear your guys' opinions, thoughts on this case.
I personally believe that it shouldn't be concealed. It should be open carry so that people actually know who has a gun.
You make a good originalist argument. So, like, at the beginning of the country, there were a lot of laws against concealed carry, and so that was used in the argument. But the laws against concealed carry weren't that you couldn't carry at all. It was that if you were going to carry, you had to do it openly so that people knew that you were carrying. Jeannie?
My state is open carry, even though it's the state of Washington. And when people do actually open carry, especially in my neighborhood, they get calls to the cops right and left because they're not having it. And even though the police can't arrest the person, it's always a big pile of worms for the police. And, I think people should open carry. The more people that do it, the more people become comfortable with it. But it's just not a thing in my area that people open carry, even though they can.
Right. And police do have a duty to investigate when they get a call. It's not like they can just, tell the caller that they're not going to come. So, I have sympathy for the police. And a lot of police, show up and go, well, that's your right. Keep exercising it. Good on you. There are a few, cops that are either bad apples or what probably is happening is just uneducated on their state law or constitutional law on this issue, because it's not a right that's exercised quite regularly. So I do have sympathy for the police that have to deal with the people calling in on stuff like that. What I kind of had a problem with on this, more on the reaction to this, was the left blew it way out of proportion. You would have thought that, given their reaction, every American today could carry a bazooka and drive a tank down the middle of Times Square if they wanted to. Of course, that's not what they said. It only applied to 6 states that had the May issue laws. And to me, that's really worrisome. A government agency picking and choosing who they think has the right to exercise a Second Amendment right or not. I don't know. I had major qualms with that. Matthew, your hand's up.
Yeah, we can look at 2 different scenarios on this. With New York, for instance, first of all, the idea that you have the right to defend and I'm talking about the 6 locales that this affected. the idea that you have the right to defend yourself in your own home, but that right doesn't extend the minute you walk out your door. That, to me, immediately showed the unconstitutionality of that law in the first place. I know with New York, for instance, what it ended up turning into was a political tool, whereas in only the elites, for the most part, got to have that concealed carry. So if you're a bureaucrat, if you're somebody in power, hey, I'll scratch your back, and in return, I'll work with the local police. I believe that's who would authorize that, or whatever body gave that authorization. And I'll work with them to give you that right. So the elites got to have concealed, and the rest, especially people in really crime-ridden areas of New York City, tough luck to you. And then you go to L.A., and I don't know if it's a L.A. city or an L.A. county thing. Ben Shapiro openly talked about the fact, hey, this is a guy who gets tons of death threats every year. He actually had an actual guy here up in Washington, of all places, actually got arrested because he had made this death threat to Ben Shapiro and was actually going to carry, like in the process of carrying it out. He goes to whatever body down in L.A. to get hey, I've got, extreme, whatever the terminology is, you'll have to excuse me, I have had my bourbon for the evening, but, and they denied him. So here's a guy getting death threats, got an actual person was arrested for said death threat, and even then, they don't grant him the concealed carry. So it really shows what a political tool that law became, and to just serve the elites.
Jeannie, did you have your hand up? Maybe Jeannie left for a minute.
No, I didn't have my hand up, but thank you.
Oh, must have been a clap or something that I misunderstood. But yes, no, it's constitutionally flawed. So, like, Heller v. D.C. said that you could protect yourself in the House, and these 6 states tried to say, well, that means it's only within the House and not when you leave. And the Supreme Court, luckily, said, no, you can do that, past that. If there's no other hands, I can move on to the next case. I think it's a little bit more a hot button issue. It's the Dobbs versus Jackson, Mississippi case, which overturned Roe v. Wade and left abortion up to the states. I know there's got to be people who have comments on this. I don't even think I need to go into the details of the case because it's so widely known. Does anyone want to talk about that? What are your opinions on the overturning of Roe v. Wade? Do you think it was a good decision, a bad decision? Do you think there should be a national codification of Roe or a national abortion ban? These are all questions that could very well come up in the next few years. The best people?
Yeah. So I think that this decision probably will be the best of the decade. It's one of the greatest moments in American history where such a clear wrong was righted, such a justice was finally served. Millions of lives will be saved because of this decision, and that's all on a moral level. On a legal level, the Supreme Court recognized that the way the court had been making decisions, especially in this case, was wrong, that they made up a constitutional right for something that there was no constitutional right to, and that had, disastrous results from that decision. And that does not happen very often. And now abortion goes back to the states, and it's up to us to have 50 separate mini battles to ban abortion everywhere. I'm excited at that prospect. I'm ready to fight all those battles. And any notion that we should just, take the easy way and ban abortion on the federal level is, those people don't really get that abortion should be criminal, and just like all criminal law, it should be up to the states, which is what I think a great example of this is when earlier this year the House courageously voted to make lynching a federal crime, even though lynching was already legal in all 50 states, but it's now more legal. And they did this purely for symbolic posturing reasons, and everyone but 3 Republicans fell for it. But it did a disservice that it started a precedent of where, crimes are bad and they should be left to the states, but crimes can be bad enough. If it's like very bad, then it has to be federal, even though there's no actual reason why. Federal crime doesn't mean very bad action. It just means action that can't be done by the states. Interstate crime obviously has to be on the federal level, but lynching, which by definition, and abortion, which has to be done in the state, should be that state laws, and they can do what they want. Texas shouldn't tell California what to do. California shouldn't tell Texas what to do. And if they want if they want lynching or not, that's their decision. If they want abortion or not, that's their decision. And any move to make this national kind of does away with that, does away with state rights. And even if it's incredibly well-intentioned, if there was a national ban on abortion, a lot more lives would be saved, which is true. But that's not the point. That's not the system that we have. States have the rights that they have, and the federal government should only step in when the states can't. And in this case, the states can and will.
Ooh, that's very interesting, and is going to be a good segue here in a little bit whenever I talk about my 4th case, which was an update for McGirt and federal law in Indian country and how state law doesn't apply. So I actually made a note to bring that back up here in a second. APOTHE on the abortion discussion.
Yeah, it's Apothic Carol. You can call me Carol. So I'm popping in because it seems like a really good group of people to ask these questions of. I don't speak legalese. My understanding on the original Roe v. Wade is that the wording in that case was that there exists wording in the case that an employer cannot discriminate against an employee based on an employee's medical decision. And I think we understand that to mean abortion. I'm also haven't really found the wording, of course, again, like I said, I haven't read the whole thing, that actually specifies abortion, but there seems to be quite a bit of wording in there about medical decisions. Now, could someone just kind of clarify that before I go on and tell me, is that truly the case, that there is that wording and that we're looking mostly at medical decisions and not specifically abortion, even though that's what it was all in reference to?
It's been 3 years since I read the full case. It's lengthy, and I don't remember the specific part that you're referring to. If it's in there, I don't remember it. Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey were based on the unenumerated right to privacy. So I wouldn't doubt that that was a portion of dicta or just like legal commentary that wasn't an exact opinion to justify it. Like the right to privacy was what it was based on. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was in Roe, but I don't remember, if that makes sense.
The reason this is of interest to me at this time is, like many people, as soon as the decision came down the other day, I was like, oh, this is great. This is what we've been waiting for all these years. And then, but because I've been so laser focused on this coronavirus COVID stuff for so long, I seem to have this one-track mind that immediately went to, hey, wait a minute, there are court cases filed out there right now against employers by employees who lost their jobs because they would not accept that they made a medical decision that their employer did not like. And there are also some people who have incurred some injuries from these injections that are suing employers, again, based on medical decisions. And Roe v. Wade, my understanding, is being used or was being used as precedent. Now that it's overturned, I'm not sure where that leaves it. Again, I haven't read all these cases and all the filings and all. I'm not going to go there. I'm up to here in medical data, and I'm immersed in the NIH and different types of studies that are coming out around the world. But it is of interest to me because I was hoping for the best in some of these legal battles that we've got going on. Has anyone heard anything? Do you know anything? Is this something I need to maybe just stand down and not worry about? What are we left to believe about this?
I think luckily, and I could be wrong, but luckily for at least my position on this, and it sounds like maybe your position as well, that was not the holding of the case. And it wouldn't affect an outcome in a future case. Dicta, which I said is just like when they give a parable or like just another example or some type of legal rationale that doesn't actually address the issue at hand. The legalese for that is called dicta. And that is not a legal basis for a future ruling or precedent for a future case, right? And so I don't think that this decision would impact that. I can see where a witty lawyer may try to twist it to try to say that, but I don't buy it. And I don't know. It's an interesting take, though. It's something I haven't really thought much about, and I can look into it more. Thank you for bringing that up. Jara?
Yeah. As far as the overturning of Roe versus Wade, I kind of I don't particularly have a too much of a opinion on that, except for I mean, there's some real conversations we're going to have as people in general on a planet where the resources that we have are actually resources like and I'm talking about things that we absolutely need, oxygen, food, those basic things. They have a natural cycle of being replenished over time, and there's no such thing as infinite resources that infinitely replenish themselves. That we have a certain rate at which they replenish themselves, and that's it. And the more people that are here on this planet, the more we complicate things. I'm not trying to be cold or anything like that. I'm just looking at maybe a rough conversation that eventually humanity is going to have with itself. I think it is important to respect human life. I think it is important to maybe educate people in terms of proper planning before, having a child, so that we prevent situations like this from happening. Of course, I think that, maybe there should be a way for someone to not go through with a really early term pregnancy with where a situation where a crime was committed against that person and they, having a pregnancy against their will, but aside from that, if, you're having unprotected sex and you're just, trying to use it as a form of birth control, that could be obviously questionable there. But, who am I to, I'm not going to go into that any further. I still have some thoughts on that. I got to think about that a little bit more. But as far as the lynching is concerned, look, this is a crime that has been historically used to terrorize. At least here in America, it's not new or anything. Lynching has been happening for a long time. There's been many ways to kill people. You got all kinds of horrible ways that people can die and be tortured. But there's something specific about lynching where you can kind of make a show of, or when you hang up a picture on a picture frame, is to hang it up and show people, right? When you hang something up in your doorway, is to show somebody something. When you hang a human being up, it's to kind of show that person being, presented as, powerless, death, terror, those types of things. So we know the history of that in the United States of America. So I think that the timing of it is definitely political fodder, because that builds about, 100, 200 years late?
Well, I think the point of it was that it had already been enacted in all 50 states, so there was no reason to have a federal enactment.
Right, but here's the thing. When I get that part, and that part you made that clear, but that symbolism, sometimes that is important, and it's important to have maybe like something like, for example, I'm sure there's certain laws that let's say states might be more lenient than others, right? And so we want to make sure that there's not a leniency with something like that. You want to ensure that that there's not a loophole for people to get away with that on any level, especially if it's done out of it being a hate crime. So that's why there might be an importance there. But aside from that, let me just finish. When you leave it up to the states in that regard, you leave room for those kind of errors. So, but aside from that, though, it is late, and I do agree that it is political bullshit. Excuse my, it's so hard not to curse at that one, but it's obviously, look at the time of when it's being done. It's political, it's grandstanding, and it's annoying because it's absolutely late, and it's absolutely coming after passing a bill, that Asian hate crime bill, and after hearing the discrepancies and thinking that they're going to lose some black voters, let me hurry up and shimmy over here and let me give them something else. It's so pathetic. It's so obvious. But anyway, I'm off.
You're 100% right on that. And the only reason, I was trying to talk was to try to steer it back, because this conversation isn't about the lynching bill, which love to have that conversation in the future. We're trying to keep it on topic.
Did you mention that to the other gentleman that brought that up, or was you just specifically mentioning it to me?
He said that briefly in passing.
Oh, so did I. I thought I did as well. But okay, go ahead.
Sure. And if I didn't, then I should have. Okay. But I do it to the Dobbs v. Jackson decision. Go ahead, Jason, and then let's go to Janine.
Yeah, this is is this the one with the coach?
No, that's the next one.
All right, I'm waiting on that one because I got something to say about that.
All right. Let's go to Janine, and then Chet, and then Herc, and then we can move on to the prayer one.
I just want to say the name is Jeannie Garrison for your.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I'll speak to any name that's given to me, pretty much. I guess I thought Roe v. Wade was a good decision. I think for some states morally it was good for them. I think legally it was a good thought, even though I'm not an attorney. And the next thing about Roe v. Wade is now all the propaganda is coming out, and very high-profile people are speaking out and just spreading so much propaganda garbage that isn't true, but their followers are probably believing it. And I just find that so disheartening and so disingenuous that they'll take a meme and post it to their 2 million followers as if this is exactly true, and it's not. It's not medically true. It's not legally true. And, it's just ridiculous.
So Jason earlier gave a shout out to his friend who he sees as a brother. I think his name's Jordan, that joined the space. So I have to give a shout out to my fiance, Luke, who's next up in the space. Hi, babe. Chet2OKC is your handle. You're up next.
Yes, hello. Hello everybody. It's good to be here and to listen to you all. It's been a very great conversation. And I just wanted to speak on this abortion issue. I really kind of avoided these spaces because I didn't want to get too bogged down into all of it and just celebrating this nation's victory for the 62 million fetuses, lost generations, a number that Hitler couldn't even imagine to reach, that Democrats have not only cheered on, but have encouraged and funded for decades this horrific crime. And as a person who was adopted and who is glad to be here, is that I deserve to be here and we deserve to be here. And when you say my body, my choice, that is not your leg you're ripping out. That is not your arm. That is my arm, and I deserve to come out of your womb because that is my choice and that is my body. And I really not want to be emotional, but we are going to create generations of Americans, and what a special day for this country. And I want to real fast touch on the healthcare portion, because when people say abortion is healthcare, and we need to be very particular when we say elective abortions, because like we said, very small amounts are incest or rape, very small amounts, like less than 3%, 90% are elected, tens of millions. It's not even close. The impact that this decision is going to have, millions and millions of lives are going to be saved. And then I want to also address their next dumb point about how we aren't pro-life because we don't support these social programs. And I always say, look out for your local church. I was adopted through Catholic Charities. They will provide rides, hospital bills, and they are much more generous than any government program, because if we spend it on Ukraine instead of you American citizens who go out and work and vote for and stuff like that. So just no, I don't trust them with my money. I don't do it. This is why we have local communities, local elections. This is why it's left up to the states. I am against the national ban, even though it has hit me personally. I don't think that is the correct course. But thank you for letting me speak. And Garrison, you're doing a great job, and I love you guys so much.
Hold on, Chet.
Yeah.
Chet. I am so honored that you let Garrison be a co-host in my room, bro. I appreciate it, and I thank you for speaking up. And I went through sorry to interrupt everybody, but I have to say this because I'm with Chet. I went through foster homes as a kid. I don't have a mom and a dad. And my mother was an alcoholic and cared only for her boyfriends. And I was told by my brother that she contemplated aborting me because she didn't want to have another kid. So I passionately feel the same way you do, Chet. I grew up in foster homes. It's by the grace of God that I am here talking to all of you guys. And I just want you to know, Chet, that you're more than welcome to come to this space every time. And Garrison is an amazing co-host with Kat and I, and we really appreciate having him. And everybody else that's in this space. So I had to add that, Chet. I hope that you don't mind me saying that, and sorry for interrupting, but I just wanted to say that since I just met you for the first time.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, don't call me ma'am. That makes me feel old, but okay. Chet, I wanted to tell you how much your passion, your clear passion moved me. I was like, whoa, this is so cool. I'm with you all the way on that. I don't have your experience. I don't have Jason's experience, but your passion was just, it really warmed my heart. And thank you. And it's a pleasure to meet you.
My fiance, everyone.
Yeah, if Chet wants to respond to that real quick, I just want to hear what he has to say about it. Sorry, Nikki, I know your hand's up down there, buddy, and Herc, and I don't mean to do that. I just wanted to know if he had anything to add to that, Garrison.
I'm biased, so of course I will pick Luke at Luke Raybans. Do you have anything to say more, or do you want us to move on?
I just wanted to take up my time. Just thank you all. Like I said, the pleasure is all mine.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Garrison. We got to get Nikki. Nikki's been patient. Or whose hands up was
Herc
Herc?
was up next, but I do want to hear Nikki after Herc.
Yep, that works.
Well, let me state my personal beliefs before I go into the public goods and cons. I have mixed feelings because I'm a libertarian at heart, so I try and stay consistent, whether it's the vaccines, abortions, drug use, prostitution, pornography. I think it should be an individual choice, but I recognize that certain communities should have the ability to have a no-tolerance zone. So that being said, I think it would be better for society if we didn't have the national ban or the national codification that states allow cities, counties to have, allow them to supersede their authority and choose for themselves. And I know it sounds barbaric to some of you. I personally find third trimester abortions a vile practice. But unfortunately, ectopic pregnancies are 1 in every 50. And sometimes it's not spotted whether the person is impoverished or didn't get the proper medical care early on. Sometimes it's necessary because it's a high chance of death. I think it's 10%. And the best people made a couple great points. It seems like, and I'm a layman on legalese, but it seems to me it was a poorly written law to appease what the judges thought was a public good. Let's just call it that. And so it wasn't codified, and it was probably the proper decision, speaking objectively, to strike it down. And I know that would cause some enemies on the left if they heard me speak this, but I've been getting some hatred from both sides on this. So he made another good point. California should not be telling Texas what to do. But what us Californicators can do is try and stand in solidarity with the women that are affected by what we feel, some of us feel, is unjust state laws like the bounty hunting. And I think it's like $10,000 if someone is spotted having an abortion after 6 weeks. And basically 6 weeks is a ban because most women don't know that they're pregnant by 6 weeks. It's actually even worse in Idaho, and I have an article to share. Let me just read the top of what I wrote here. To sue over an abortion in Idaho, a plaintiff needs to be a family member of the woman who had the abortion, the man who fathered her pregnancy, or a family member of that man. Reported rapists don't have the right to sue, but their family members are able. And what makes that even worse is in Idaho, child brides are allowed. So some of the women that are affected will be teenagers. Now, that's an extreme case, and most of these new abortion bans, if you want to call them that, are accounting for rape and medical emergency and ectopic pregnancies. There will be a few states that won't. And I think it's important that people call attention to that because already Missouri had a public outrage that they didn't account for ectopic pregnancies, and they quietly changed it. So I think that would be the best thing for people who are really upset is to, instead of, going nuts and protesting and making a big hate thing on Twitter and other places, to actually try and, talk about these issues and expose just how bad some of these states are going to be to individual rights, civil liberties, if you want to call them that. And I know I'm rambling, so I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks. And there was one more thing I wanted to say. Luke brought up the point, which I've been hearing a lot of, there's going to be an uncalculated cost to society because there'll be more broken homes, more people having children that weren't wanted and so forth, and more adoptions. Well, actually, most babies are adopted pretty quickly. It's the ones that are older that have been bounced around foster homes that have trouble, and that's why the numbers are so large every year of people needing adoption. But to his point, we need, and I know this is going to drive some people crazy, but we need to renew that social contract where we actually care about the poor, the sick, the mentally ill, the veterans. I could go on, but et cetera. So, and to do that, we have to actually hold the duopoly accountable, and that goes back to actually getting real people that actually represent us instead of phonies who represent corporatism, and that's another can of worms that we shouldn't be opening right now. But thanks for letting me ramble.
Yeah, let's go to Nikki and then Jeannie, and then we can move on to I have two more cases I want to discuss.
And we call that act the Aristocrats. Sorry, hopefully somebody got that joke. Anyway, now that that's over, I could not disagree more strongly with Herc. There is nothing moral at all about a patchwork quilt of abortion access, where if your fetus happens to be, preborn in California, it can be aborted at any point. And if it happens to be preborn in Oklahoma, it has the ability to thrive until, and have a life. In a country, and we are a country, as Donald Trump likes to say, you have to have a country that has federal laws. It is perverse to suggest that it is at all ethical to say that the people in this country who have the resources to travel and the resources to go to an abortion oasis, that those people should be able to get an abortion whenever they want, because they can go to Colorado and pay top dollar for an expensive abortion clinic. But the poor women in a state where abortion is completely banned. They can't afford to do that, so they have to have a baby. No, I'm sorry. There is no world in which that's right. It would be like allowing one state in the union to have murder being legal or rape being legal. You know, there's literally. I understand that states can have differentiations. We have, for example, different ages of consent in some states. In some states it's 16. In some states it's 17. In some states it's 18. In no states is it 11. In no states is it 5. And that's kind of the difference we're talking about here. We're not talking about a difference between, 14 weeks and 16 weeks across the country. We're talking about a difference between 39 and a half weeks and 0. And there is no world in which it is ethical that the only difference between the people who can get an abortion in this country and the people who will not be able to functionally get an abortion in this country are people with money and people with means and people with supportive families versus people without. I think we absolutely need a federal abortion law that sets the terms for the country, for every state in this country, that we all have to live with. I don't know what that should be. I trust our Congress to decide that, but I think it is insane for us to have this kind of patchwork that we're talking about right now. And anyone who tries to claim, and I feel very strongly about this, the people who try to claim that it is acceptable to ban abortion in some places but not others are people who are uncomfortable with the idea of really limiting abortion except on poor people. So if you believe in the sanctity of life, you absolutely have to support a national abortion ban, because otherwise you're just supporting an abortion ban that's a cheese grater and is going to, has no moral properties at all except political expediency.
So can I ask you this, Nikki?
So can I respond? I have two great responses. If you want to go first, Jason, go ahead.
I want to go first because I don't want to forget my thought, and then yes. So Nikki, you brought up a couple days ago in your room about how the Republicans might try to do a national ban if they take the House and the Senate back. Do you still think they're going to try to do that then?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure because I get where you're coming from in some ways too. I see what you're saying with the state stuff. And, but I was just curious. Okay. Go ahead, Garrison.
So whenever I opened the space, I don't think you had joined yet, Nikki. I asked the group this question for a specific reason. Do you think that the Supreme Court should base their opinions on what they think is morally right or what they think is legally right? And everyone who opined said what they think is legally right, what they think is the letter of the law. And whether you think it's morally reprehensible or morally just to allow abortions, that's not what the question presented to the Supreme Court in Dobbs was. It was, is Roe v. Wade good law? Basically, essentially, right? And so, well, let me finish. Okay. And so they said no, and Congress over the past 50 years has failed to enact either to codify Roe or to pass a national abortion ban. Now, the latter would be silly because Roe was constitutional at the time. So Democrats basically failed to codify Roe, right? And then you bring up the patchwork argument. That is the whole point of America. That's the point of our federalistic system, is that we have a laboratory where every state's allowed to experiment. And you know what? At one point in time, the age of consent for marriage or sexual activity was 11. And then the states that had that realized, oh, this is bad law because our neighboring state has it at 16 and little children aren't getting raped anymore. So we're going to follow suit. That's the point, is we have a system where we allow experimentation between the states in the laboratory of democracy, and that's the way our system was set up to be. And you know what? Like, sometimes it's hard-pressed whenever we're going through the experiments, but the end result always works out for the best.
So I know a lot of people who don't think that's the case in terms of many, many different, changes to national law that have taken place. So I don't think that, I think that some people always feel like whatever comes out to be the case ends up being the right thing. But I know there are a lot of racists who didn't like, the progress on, equal rights, who didn't like, a lot of people who did.
You're off topic. Don't get off topic
but,
now.
No. Okay, sorry. So
no, that was a joke.
Sorry,
that was a joke.
But to make my very specific point here, I think that the court did nothing wrong. I think they were acting within, they followed the law. I'm not suggesting the court is the problem here. The problem here is now that there is this free-for-all, there are two ways to deal with it. One, we have a patchwork quilt where it's possible for some people to get abortions because they can fly to other states and because they have money, and other people not to get abortions, purely based on their financial circumstances, pretty much. Or we have a situation where the federal government says that's perverse. Again, it would be like allowing murder in some places and not in others, or marital rape in some places but not in others, and the federal government comes in and says, this is what the minimum is going to be. The minimum is going to be that, you can prosecute abortion. We're going to ban abortion after 15 weeks. And beyond that, the states can have their say. But we need I'm not saying the federal government should set the one rule for everybody. I'm saying the federal government should set a boundary within which our comfort lies, essentially. And because that's what Americans expect out of their government. The average person doesn't care about the principles you're talking about. What they care about is being able to make predictable decisions about their life. And the fact that you step 1 foot across the state line and get, subsidized free abortion at any point in pregnancy, and the other step across the line and, you'll be thrown in jail for the rest of your life, or your doctor will be thrown in jail for the rest of your life, that's perverse. And it's not something that people can hang their hat on. It's not something people can plan their lives around. It makes no sense on a purely rational level to run policy like that. And so, yeah, we need it better. And I don't appreciate people who want to be able to say, oh, I'm pro-life. Yeah, well, stand up for it then. Don't stand up for it in the 40 places where you can easily do so, and then let it happen, let abortion happen in California and Oregon. Stand up for it.
See, I disagree, and you're off base on your two examples, and they're great points for my side, actually. So I think that every state should outlaw abortion, at least after a certain point. I don't necessarily know what that point is. I would let the populace decide and, go through public discourse and figure it out amongst the community. But your points of federal marital rape, like if Idaho wanted to say that there is no longer a marital rape statute, and like a husband or a wife can't rape their spouse, they could do that. If Idaho wanted to legalize murder, they could do that. But because, that used to be the case in California, for example, marital rape statutes were there in which a husband couldn't rape his wife. And they decided as a state, because they looked at all the other states that had done away with it, that, we should do away with it too. I hope that abortion eventually gets to that point where the states go, killing a child in the womb is bad. We should do away with that as well. Jeannie, your hand was up next.
I just wanted to say there's so much misinformation when it comes to abortion and finding out when you're pregnant, etc. I heard say that ectopic pregnancies is considered abortion. It is not. Even Planned Parenthood has held that stand for a long time. To find out when you're pregnant, people can take the morning after pill. There's other medicines people can take if they, have unprotected sex and they, want to prevent that. One can do the pregnancy test at 7 days and still get a positive reaction because the tests are so good. So, to say that women, can't figure this out and they need more than 15 weeks in, some of these states is absolutely appalling because it's propaganda being spread by the pro-aborts. That's all it is.
Okay, let's give Herc the last word.
Hold on, Garrison. Sorry, it is 11 o'clock, and we're gonna stay for more overtime because Garrison's got a couple more to go through. So we would love to have you stay if you've got stuff to say. We're excited to have you all here. So we're gonna stick around for a little extra overtime. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Garrison, but I wanted to throw that in, and make sure that people knew that we're gonna go on a little longer because we're having a good conversation here.
Oh yeah, sorry about that, Jason. You're totally fine. I know we messaged about that. So yeah, if everyone's cool with that, there's one more case. Let's get through that, and then let's give Herc the last word on the abortion case, and then we'll go to prayer in schools case. And if Jason will permit me, I do have a fourth case I wanted to talk about, but
yeah, we'll go through them all, Garrison, as long as people are interested here and want to hear it. I do, in the prayer and school case, have a lot of information since it's out of Washington State, so I might jump in and help add to your conversation with that after you bring it up. But let's let Herc speak, and I'll concede the mic to Herc.
Thanks for that. I just shared something about Ohio. The lame brains in the state level tried to pass legislation about ectopic pregnancies. And it was explained to them that this procedure that they invented didn't exist. And yet, after that lecture that they got, they still tried to press it again the second time. And you can read about it. It's from a couple of years ago. As far as the ectopic pregnancies go, well, not everybody takes care of themselves and gets proper medical care, and that's why some cases go beyond that first trimester. Also, some women decide, even though there's a 10% chance of death, to go through with it, whether it's because of moral reasons, religious reasons, or personal reasons. But then hemorrhaging might occur. That's considered a medical emergency and not an abortion. But in some states, people decide that it's not worth the risk after a while, and they're having complications, and that's when they decide to have the abortion. Personally, I think that someone who has a 10% chance of death with that type of pregnancy should be given some leeway, and it should not be considered a standard abortion. And that's why it's written into these new abortion ban laws in most of the states. I think Missouri had it removed because of public outrage, but Oklahoma still has it, not addressed it, from what I can see in searching the different laws. So I just want to address what Nikki was saying real quickly. It's absurd to trust Congress on anything, and especially something that's being used as a culture war divide when it's obviously meant to distract us from the class warfare that both evil war parties are engaging in. And I could go on about this, but be wary of duopoly bootlickers giving you one extreme or the other, whether it's a federal ban or a federal codification. These people are usually in line with the status quo, the two main parties.
Herc, I know you can go on a rant about that for a while. I do see some hands up. But I have to close off the abortion discussion because we could probably spend 10 hours going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and never get to these other two cases till everyone's dead asleep. So I do want to talk about the school prayer case. So there was a Coach Kennedy in Washington State, right, Jason? And you said your state, so I assume
yes.
Correct?
Yeah, Washington State.
And that, so he started by leading his team in prayers pregame.
No. He wasn't leading his team in prayers.
Let me get there.
Okay, go ahead.
He
Sorry.
started by leading his team in prayers because that's what all the previous administrations had done. And then he would privately pray after a game on midfield. The administration told him, hey, you shouldn't be leading the team in team prayers because that's probably not couth. And he said, okay, I respect that. But he continued to have private prayers on the 50-yard line by himself, and team members joined sometimes. And sometimes he did lead after game prayers. The administration came to him and said, hey, you probably shouldn't be leading after game prayers, even if it's voluntary, where only half of them do it. He goes, okay, fine. I'm going to just silently pray by myself while the team all sings the fight song and while the other coaches are talking to friends and family, or checking scores on their phone or doing whatever. So what's really important is the Supreme Court was not focused on, they said the issue was not him leading team prayers on either before or after, whether it's voluntary or with the whole team. They said he stopped that practice. The sole issue in this case was him silently saying a private prayer by himself on the 50-yard line after the game. And for that, the administration ended up firing him. So it wasn't about, I know there's a lot of misconceptions about this. It wasn't about him saying the prayer with the whole team or even encouraging anyone. He had completely abandoned those practices a year ago or a year before his termination. It was solely about him saying a prayer on the 50-yard line. I think that's where Jason was ready to jump in because it wasn't about that, right?
Exactly. And here's the thing. There's a picture, after he got fired, there's a picture of another team praying around him. He said, I couldn't tell the other team. It was a different school, came over while he was praying, and they chose to pray with him. And so the national media kept showing that picture. And so he got fired, like Garrison said. He was praying with the team, but he said, okay, I won't do that anymore. But he said, I'm going to keep praying, and I'm going to keep giving thanks to God after by myself and doing what Garrison said. And for that, he got fired. And so go ahead, Garrison.
Right. And so that was the question before the court, was when a public employee is doing a private activity in a downtime so technically he's still on the clock, but it's when other coaches could have checked scores or could go talk to friends or family. It's like a time that you have personal time while you're still on the clock. Anyone who's had a job knows that, like, you know, you have a bathroom break, you can check your phone and say a private prayer. At lunch, you can say a private prayer. If you're salary, you're still technically on the clock, but you're having lunch. If you're doing, XYZ, while you're technically still on the clock, but it's private time where you can engage in whatever activity you want to, does a public employee have the right to engage in quiet, private prayer? And the Supreme Court said yes. And I don't see anything unreasonable with that. I don't know. I just cannot understand the backlash of that. Like,
you know what's funny about that, Garrison, is this week I brought up, hey, I'm glad this coach won this, this case. It was fair. And I had a bunch of liberals go on my page and go, you don't know what you're talking about. And, separation of church and state. And you're just a religious bigot. And I'm like, really? My faith is important to me. If I choose to pray, I'm going to pray. And I could go into a Bible story of a man who was a good man. And a good person, and he chose to pray, and then some people got jealous and they threw him in the lion's den. You've probably heard it before, Daniel in the lion's den. And I agree there's a balance. You don't you don't go and just start praying with people, but like if I'm sitting in my vehicle at work and I decide to pray and my employer sees me do it and they're not even hearing what I'm having to say, then then I have every right to pray. And if they fire me over it, I feel like that's persecution, religious persecution, you know? So,
Absolutely. And that's what the Establishment Clause was meant to protect. And it's like, it's ridiculous in my mind that they want to twist the Establishment Clause to say that, like, you have to be completely agnostic or atheist in, like, your daily life. And that is not what the intention of it was. And luckily, that's not what the interpretation of it is today. I think Matthew had his hand up first, and then Jeannie is up next.
No, Jeannie had hers up first.
Okay, sorry, I got that backwards. Jeannie, go ahead, and then we'll go to you, Matthew.
When the coach was at the 50-yard line and he was doing his prayer, there were football players that would go around him. And since he was not verbally saying a prayer, I don't understand what the problem was. All I know is it was an atheist parent who actually was the one who complained about the coach being on the field saying a prayer. So, you know, they were trying to establish that, you know, church v. state, which doesn't even exist.
Matthew?
Yeah, let me get my thoughts together real quick here. This stems, I'll briefly touch on this and then I'll get into the legal aspect. This is stemming from, especially here in Washington. Washington, on a per capita basis, is the most unchurched state in the country. It's becoming almost a hobby to attack religious people, and that's my little diatribe on that. Sorry. So he, as a coach, and I can understand being a coach, you want to bring your kids together. So legally, I'm fine with the decision. As a coach, you have to, in your scenario, decide, is this causing division? Could some kids on my team feel left out, feel, you know, feel divided by this? But that's between the coach and the kids and the parents. There's the personal side. Now let's get into the legal aspect. What I find most troubling about this, not the decision, but the dissenting opinion. And that dissenting opinion, I believe, was written by Sotomayor, who, I'm sorry, she's an activist. She got her law degree from a cereal box, from what I can tell. Her argument is that the mere act of doing this as a public official is compelling religion, which it's not, but that's what she is stating. And if you were to hold that ideology, and it shows her activism rather than the legal aspect of this, because if you were to take her idea that, and of course, government cannot compel religion. We have freedom of religion. But we don't have religion established. Which again, that's her point. She feels the mere act of a public official doing this is establishing, it's compelling religion. What if you are a Muslim, a government employee who is a Muslim? You're praying to Allah several times a day. Is Sotomayor saying that if I worked alongside that Muslim employee and I happen to see that employee is compelling Islam? Of course not. But that is what she is saying. And that is why her on the Supreme Court is just, I'm kind of at a loss of words. It's been a long night. Obviously, we're going on hour 4 here, so apologies. But that's what I find the most troubling is the dissenting opinion and the whole idea. And it's just another example of the attack of religion. Now, if you want to get aside from the legal aspect again, is this the right thing for the coach to do to bring the kids together? I don't know. What I know about the case and the fact that he's doing this after the game on his own at the 50-yard line, it doesn't sound like the kids are feeling pressured. And from what I've heard from Joe Kennedy, Coach Joe Kennedy, I bet you if a kid came up to him and said, "Coach, this is troubling me," I bet you Coach Kennedy says, would handle it and keep and do whatever it took to make sure the kid didn't feel left out or excluded or divided. So anyway, long story short, the dissenting opinion is very troubling to me.
Agreed. So 2 things. One, the Supreme Court opinion made it very clear that if a Jewish teacher wanted to wear yarmulke or do some other type of religious observance, that would also be covered by this opinion. And if a Muslim teacher in between classes, so as long as it's not interrupting their actual duty, wanted to pray, they absolutely have the right to do that in between classes or on a lunch break or whenever they had personal downtime. Then they have the right to exercise their religious beliefs as well. And then the second point I just wanted to do with Coach Kennedy, he, after the first time that they said, okay, you can't even pray on the 50-yard line, he drove and he got halfway home and he felt so guilty about not praying that he turned his car around, drove back to the field, went to the 50-yard line, and thanked God for all of his players being safe for that game, and prayed for their future safety and all the other stuff that he normally prayed for, because it was such a deeply held religious conviction. With that said, Herc, your hand's up next.
I'd like to share a little personal story. In the 80s, I played football in high school, and the coaches sometimes, when a player got hurt, would ask the team to do a team prayer after practice. Now, there wasn't like an atheist parent watching, but, there was people around, but it wasn't pressured, in my opinion, and everybody joined in, and it was a predominantly Jewish school, but there was people that were atheists and all kinds of different religions, but it brought us closer together, especially because, we were worried about whoever got hurt that time. And it wasn't like all the time. Sometimes we had chants, and sometimes, we had to run extra. So it wasn't like a regular thing. But when I was looking at the case, I was like, this is what made it to the Supreme Court. Like, this guy did nothing wrong. And the point about Muslims is a good point. I think that it's another reason to be cognizant of having different variations in different communities, because let's say there is a Muslim community, a team with a lot of Muslim players. I think that they should have that exercise their right to pray at those certain hours and not have anyone feel like they're I don't know what the word was, but let's just use pressuring others or making others feel uncomfortable. My question is to Garrison, would this ruling affect, let's say, the Muslim belief that someone can have an abortion for 120 days? Because that seems to be a violation of their religion.
Absolutely not, because if it's a content-neutral law for a criminal act, which abortion would be, then that would not be covered under this ruling whatsoever. That's totally different part of the Constitution, and not something that this would cover whatsoever. Luke, your hand was up next. I see you took it down. did you still want to speak?
Yeah, I had a question about, it was on the same topic about public prayer. My name, Chet OKC, is an Oklahoma City Thunder basketball reference. And before Thunder games, which is, I do believe, like, we fund that, like, publicly, not all of it, but they say a prayer before that at Utah games as well, like, throughout there. How is that?
Those are private. Those are private.
Are those private?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Easy and short. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Nikki, your hand's up.
Hey there. So this is a First Amendment case, and one that's partial to my heart because I've been paying attention to school rights cases for a long time. I actually got suspended in 11th grade for publishing something that pissed off the administration, which was again also a First Amendment student rights thing. So got it overturned because they were bullshit. Their argument was bullshit. But regardless, it's something that I've cared about for a long time. Also, as someone who's from a minority religion, the issue I have, I understand and I respect actually really strongly the right of people to practice their religion. As it turns out, if you're an Orthodox Jew, it's actually kind of difficult to get to pray 3 times a day, and certainly to do it with a minion of 10 men if you're not allowed to gather people together. So there's I for years I walked around with a yarmulke. I put a mezuzah outside my apartment, and being open about your religion is not a bad thing. But when you do it in a school, what you run the risk of is actually very simple. It's that at lunch, all the teachers who are of the same religion, and especially in places where most of the community is of the same religion, or evangelical Christians or Christians of some sort, and maybe Protestants broadly, will go to the cafeteria or go to one of the big, auditoriums or something like that, and hold a prayer meeting at lunch or whatever. And it will be very obvious to people at that school who shows up for, lunchtime prayer and who doesn't. And if you are Jewish or Muslim or atheist, you are put in an impossible position in certain communities, because if you do not show up, everybody will know. Or even if you're not from one of those households, even if you're from a Christian household, but you don't believe anymore, everybody will know. And according to this ruling, at least as far as I read it, it's absolutely permissible for the teachers to organize a prayer circle in an auditorium during, lunch hours. There's absolutely nothing in this ruling that would prevent that. And to not encourage any student to come, but just to make it aware that this is happening, and students can show up if they want. And I think that there are real questions that come up, specifically because we've seen in years past, not most recently, but before a lot of these rulings on school prayer in the 70s and 80s, it was not uncommon to have exactly that type of dynamic where school teachers, things like that, would hold, prayer circles and that kind of thing, and students who were not Christian were put in an impossible position. So I'm not sure what the right way to draw that line is, because coach praying by himself, silent prayer on the sidelines or whatever, I understand is very different than half the staff organizing a prayer circle during lunchtime. But from a constitutional perspective, I don't know that you can draw an effective line there. So
I think that should absolutely be permitted constitutionally, and like as a society we should accept that. In Dearborn, Michigan, if at lunch a group of teachers wanted to go and put down prayer mats and pray towards Mecca, that should absolutely be constitutionally permitted. It doesn't matter, like it's their right to do it on their own private time, and there should be no bars towards that.
Well, you know what's going on in Washington State, Garrison? Is Jeannie talked about this last week, but they're allowing places, Muslim places, and places for people to have prayer in different places like that. But if you're a Christian, they're trying to deny you. So real quick, and then I know Jariah is going to talk. I like what Nikki said there. I wanted to bring up a point that I live, obviously, Washington State is the most unchurched state in the nation. A lot of studies have been done on it. And in high school for me, way back when, I wanted to do a Bible club. The school would not let me, but it was my right, as a Christian. So I had to fight for that. And I remember having to fight hard to be able to do that. And I won that case, and I was able to have a Bible club in school for people that, believed in God like I did. But it was a fight. It was a fight to have to do it, because just like now, even 20 years ago, it was, they want to fight you on it. And it's weird how, like you were saying, Garrison, about like having different religions and being able to do that should be because of your belief, correct? You were talking about that just now?
Yeah. It's not like Christians won this. It's religion, freedom of religion won this.
Exactly. And that's what I was trying to bring up was I agree. And Nikki has brought up some good points right there too. And I just, I believe that there's a double standard in some of this stuff in our country right now, and it's kind of sad. But go ahead, Garrison. You can call on the next person and keep going.
Oh, Jara's up, and then we can go to the next case.
All right. I'm going to put up, going to have my, put my timer up so I don't go over a minute and a half. And then I'm going to make sure before I talk, we are speaking about religion and its inclusion in our system here, correct?
You've
yes,
already
sir.
15 seconds.
No religion.
All right, minute 30 seconds. I'm pressing start now. All right. So here's the thing.
Go longer than that. I know you're trying to make a point.
No. Wait. I'm doing that for a reason. I'm not trying to insult you or anything like that. I just don't want to be measured improperly or anything like that.
You waited so long to talk, dude.
Yeah,
I agree with Garrison. Go ahead and talk a little longer.
This goes into my point about that was online. So here's the thing, right? This goes into my point about unequal application of laws, rules, and policy, which is a major problem in America, and it's a part of American culture. It's deeply rooted in American culture too. It's good for me, but not good for you. I can do it, but you can't do it. And this preferential treatment, this idea that one religion could be favorable over another, or the idea that one thing could be better than the other, is the problem here. And we're either going to be all inclusive and all accepting, right? To the point where we are saying, okay, it's okay to do this in your off time, and let's say, we'll leave a level of professionalism in certain areas of our society where we don't put religion, and we're just going to strictly stick to that topic. And whether it's school, it's a football game, we'll keep it that. And then on your private time, you can practice your religion, and you can practice any religion, whatever your religion is, as long as it's not, obviously, it can't be violating human rights. You can't be out here, my religion is to burn people alive. You can't be out here doing stuff like that now. But anyway, long story short, when you really look at the history of America and look at, how, some religions have actually terrorized people for for years in the name of, and excuse me, not the religion in general, but just in the name of that religion. We're talking about burning crosses on people's front yards. We're talking about, indoctrinating people with belief that, if you could just stay a good servant, quote unquote, for the rest of your life, you'll die and you'll be rewarded there after your death. We look at the history of religion in America, and it's kind of understandable why people would be concerned about why somebody might be feeling coerced into participating in religion. But those particular examples, I don't know if that was a particular case. You guys were talking for a while, so kind of I don't remember exactly if that was a case that you were referring to when you're talking about the football game. The man was fired. Was that a case? That was the actual case, correct? Yo. Yes. No.
Yes.
Yes.
That was okay.
Kennedy versus Birmingham, something like
Right.
that. School district.
Okay. Gotcha. So I think that was inappropriate. If that man was on his off time and he was praying, or any students that probably want to participate in praying, nobody's forcing you. Nobody's putting, as long as nobody's coercing you to say, hey, you have to pray, and then that's fine. As long as you're not coercing anybody to join in on what you're doing, you're well within your right to do that. I'm not too sure. Did he lose the case? What was the verdict on that?
So the verdict was that he was allowed to do that in his non-official capacity while maybe still on the clock, like after a game or during a lunch break or something like that.
Interesting. That's okay. Okay. I kind of, as a matter of like technicality, you kind of have to give him that. He was clocked in at the time. I guess they're right to do that, but would you? What do you clock in as a coach? Was he literally clocked in?
Well, yeah, but it was during when the school, when all the players were singing the fight song, and the other coaches were talking with friends and family or checking their phone, doing other things. He just spent a few short moments going and kneeling and offering his prayer.
I wonder if he had a good attorney or not, because it just sounds. It sounds like, so was it determined that he was actually not in his official capacity or no? Was it determined that he was actually in his...
So he was technically still on the clock, but allowed, but it was during a time, like a break from work, like how some workers will take a break for 15 minutes or in between classes. If it's in between classes, wants to say a silent prayer towards Mecca because they're a Muslim teacher.
Absolutely, 5 times a day. Right. So my thoughts on that really was that I think he should have the right to do that, especially if he was on a break, and that was my thoughts on that when it came to it. People should have the right to practice their religions, and that's what this country was supposed to be, based on freedom of religion. And these are, we all have to respect each other's beliefs and faiths, and that's something that I think needs to stay a principle that needs to be maintained. I'm off it.
Thank you for that. Garrison's going to go to his final one. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Garrison, but I want to give a closeout for people that might be wanting to go to bed. We're going to go for 12 more minutes, and I'm going to close in prayer before we go because we're in double overtime. I want to once again thank everyone for being here. I am honored to have all of you here. Different opinions, it doesn't matter. Luke, thank you for letting Garrison stay up really late and help me. I really have a lot of respect for him, and I'm glad that he can help. Katz, thank you for staying up really late to go to the double overtime, and it's good to see everybody here. Even, I appreciate differing opinions, and I love that Herc's here and everything, and I could go on, but let's let Garrison go through the final one. Garrison, just kind of check the time and kind of be the you got the clock, bro. Just know.
45 after. We'll cut it off for sure. This one won't take long because I imagine most people haven't heard of it and don't have their talking points ready. So I'll just give like a brief overview, and then if anyone has any comments to it. Today, the Supreme Court released a very important case for my state of Oklahoma. It was Oklahoma versus Castro Hernandez, and it had to do with Indian country. So let me just say this first. When it comes to legal terminology, they use the word Indian. So like I took federal Indian law. They talk about Indian country, if you're an Indian citizen or not. So I know like some members of that community prefer Native American, but just to like keep things simple, I'm going to say the word Indian because that's still the legalese of it, and that's how all the opinions say it. But it had to do with Indian country, and so the case today was if a non-Indian committed a crime against an Indian citizen, would it have to go to federal court? McGirt said that it expanded Indian country to basically like the eastern half of Oklahoma, including Tulsa. About 2 million people now live in Indian country in eastern Oklahoma, and if you're an Indian and you commit a crime there, state court does not have any jurisdiction over you. Today's decision was a non-Indian who committed a crime against a Indian, and what happened was he was tried in state court, sentenced to 30 years. It was a pretty, I won't go into details, but pretty terrible, evil crime that he committed. And then he tried to get the state court conviction repealed based on McGirt. And the Supreme Court today said that no, if you're a non-Indian, you can't use the Major Crimes Act to get you out of that, and it has to be in federal court, because in federal court he would have only gotten 7 years. Just broadly speaking, does anyone have any general opinions on Indian Supreme Court jurisprudence, Indian rights, meaning Native American rights, or the McGirt, or today's opinion? Thomas?
Something actually, my hand was up for the last topic that was on just the coach kneeling and praying, and I don't know. Can I make a statement on that, and then I can make a statement on the other one too? I believe in human rights. I believe that all rights should be all across the board. And I as far as the Indian, the ruling on what you just spoke about, I think everybody, all men were created equal. I just believe in human rights, and I think that's. I don't know, giving sentences that are longer or shorter. I think that's all just democratic, just, kind of like corralling everybody into chaos again, That's all I have to say on that one. But the previous topic that you had about the kneeling of a coach, you already answered the question about, how I wanted to know how everybody knew he was praying. And also, I wondered what your thoughts are. Don't you think most people frown upon just praying for a win? Like if I dropped to my knees in the middle of a supermarket after I bought a lottery ticket to benefit myself, wouldn't you frown on that?
First, we've kind of moved on to this topic, and I hate to cut you off on this, but we are wrapping up really quick. I only have like 7 minutes on this issue, and if it's short,
Oh, okay.
but Luke, I know you're going to have something to say.
Hey, Garrison.
Yeah, Jason.
Do you have a small opinion for Thomas on that? I know he waited. He did have his hand up. I don't want to be disrespectful. He was very patient, but I kind of had us move on to the next one. So I wouldn't mind if we gave him a moment on that because he's been patient.
I didn't want Jara to call me out on being hypocritical, and
oh yeah, no, Jara will understand. He's cool like that.
Yeah, you just gotta get to know me. That's all.
I believe in Jara. I believe he's cool with understanding. I want to make sure Thomas has a fair shake.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, Garrison.
Honestly, my mind reset towards Indian law. So
okay, I'll give it. Keep your mind paused on the Indian law. So we'll go right back to it. What I believe, Thomas, is he was not praying for the win for his team. He was thanking God that for his players' safety and that nobody got hurt and that everybody was safe. He even said that. He was interviewed by a prominent radio host in Seattle, and he wasn't thanking God for a win and his team I don't think was that good that year. He was thanking God for the safety of his players and that nobody got hurt and stuff like that. And I think that's what he was doing. I mean, if you want to pray for your for you to win and you want to thank God that you won a game, I guess you can do that. But, I think that more often than not, a lot of coaches that are Christian are just thankful that they're where they are, So that's my opinion on it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for eliminating me on that.
What do you mean? Eliminating you?
Yeah, just lighting the illumination. My thoughts were.
No problem.
Thank you for the illumination. I just didn't. I wasn't sure what people were thinking about the coach. Is he praying for the win? What is he praying? And it's nice that you gave that synopsis of what he articulated to the public.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming in.
Sorry, my mind's racked tonight. It's late, and I tend to lose. I'm like a senior citizen, so
no worries, Thomas. But I'm going to give the mic back to Garrison, and I'm giving Garrison his 5 minutes back, so you actually have till 11:50 because
thank you. Sorry,
we
Garrison.
want to finish this Indian law. Go ahead, Garrison.
I don't think I'll need it because I don't think most people are interested in it. But Matthew, your hand's up.
Yeah, I actually am interested in it. I didn't know about this decision, but I knew about this issue in Oklahoma, and maybe you can speak a little bit more to it since there's not too many other than Janine I know has got a hand up. But what I've been hearing is that Native Americans that are committing crimes in this part of Oklahoma, and I know Tulsa's a big part of this, their cases are getting, I guess, thrown out and going to the tribe to decide, and sentences that would have been really large are now going poof. So I can get the decision today. I don't think I have a qualm with it. I'm more interested in what your thoughts are on this current state in Oklahoma regarding this current decision with the part of Oklahoma now being decreed as tribal land. So if you're a Native American, it sounds kind of like, wild, wild west, for lack of a better term. Your thoughts, please.
So, yes, some of the cases are going poof, and that's a huge problem. Most of the cases are going up to federal court and being reheard. And as most of you can probably imagine, you'd rather be in federal court than state court. The penalties usually are less, and federal prisons are better than being in a prison in McAlester, Oklahoma. I know Jeannie has her hand up, but I think someone who's better equipped to answer this is a fellow Oklahoman, and then I do want to go to Jeannie, so I don't want to skip over you, but I want to go to Chet to OKC. Luke has a lot of opinions, and this actually is something that I disagree with him on quite often. We have quite heated debates about this. So, Luke, do you want to go ahead?
Ooh, a marriage dispute. Just kidding.
Yeah, Luke, go for it.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, okay, so I have a really big problem with it being considered Indian land in the first place. It even ties back into the last conversation, or I guess the one before that, about abortion, because they were like, we could set up abortion clinics on land, but that is still in the state of Oklahoma, and I just don't. It just doesn't make sense to me. I didn't go to law school, and so it seems kind of like a loophole to me. Speaking contracts of like, as long as the rivers will flow and the wind blows and the sun shines, this will be our land. That's not a contract. That's something that happened 400 years ago. I just have a very hard time with it all.
Can you explain the setting up abortion clinics? Because most people probably don't understand what that means. Or can I explain it real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So the Indian tribes said that on their reservations, which is basically the eastern half of Oklahoma, they're going to set up abortion clinics to basically circumvent Oklahoma state law outlawing abortion. Okay, finish, Luke. Sorry.
Yes, and like, if they would like to do that, I would like to stop providing them my tax dollars, and they can live off of their own money. And you may not know this about the Native Americans or the Indians or whatever, but they are extremely corrupt and very mean, and but like their leaders are. But a lot of them fine. I know a lot of great people, but like politicians are corrupt, crazy. Who would have thought? But there's just so many problems. I just don't even know where to start.
Yeah, and when you say that, you don't mean like all Indians. We're very friends with like the head of the Comanche, and I have two half brothers who are Seminole Indian, and I grew up in Seminole, Oklahoma, and so like we just went on vacation with them. And they are probably like the most Republican, besides me, like the most Republican people you will meet. And like they hate how so much of like white people are trying to erase them from culture, and taking away the Redskins, taking away the Indians. They're like, oh crap, well now you're leaving us with no representation. Thank you. Jeannie, your hands up.
I just want to say here in Washington State, you know, obviously we have reservations, and oftentimes the police will go on reservation land, but, you know, once they calm down what's going on, the feds are called in if the tribe isn't taking it very responsibly as to what has happened. And I have no problem with Native Americans having their own autonomy. No matter, you know, what they decide, I don't see a problem with that. It's their land, their choice.
Jara?
Yeah, I'm a little late on that, but ultimately, that's a problem. America is going to have to, suck it up, because, this is. We have to step back and take a step back from the Eurocentric brainwashing and realize that we've arrived here due to genocide. So just be mindful of that and keep that in your mind, no matter what you want to gather or gain a perspective about a group of people, but make sure your perspective is rooted in actuality and it's in context with what's happened then and what's happened now. That's before you make an assessment about a group of people. And I'm not saying that I understand that person recognized that as well, so I'm not coming after you.
Gaycon?
I just wanted to add one thing. I just to put some perspective. So, I don't know the specifics of the case that you are bringing up, but to something that Jeannie said, it's their land, let them do it as they please. I can agree with that sentiment, but when they're taking tax money from the state that they reside in, and being given all of this free stuff on the state's dime, on the taxpayer's dime, it's kind of not okay. Maybe it's their land, but then they shouldn't be getting money from us anymore. And I say that not to sound heartless, because I was teaching classes at the University of New Mexico, which has a large Native American population. I had students who would clearly, almost purposely fail my class several times so they could remain university students. I'm sorry, not fail, but they would get a D. They would do just enough work to get a D, and so not fail, but knew they'd have to retake the course, just so they could remain students and get money for their, and that's like extra money for their tribe, because each student that they had within their tribe, they got an X amount of dollars for the tribe, from the state government. So they played the system big time. I saw it with my own eyes, and so I don't. We need to take away some of the freebies that they've been given if we're going to go as far as to say, oh, it's their land, let's let them do as they please. And to talk about specifically the case that you mentioned, I know a lot of legal scholars, and to get your perspective on this, Garrison, I'd love to. I know a lot of legal scholars defer to whatever Breyer's opinion is, because he's apparently the one knowledgeable about Indian law. So a lot of people just defer to his opinion. So I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, Jason, my time is almost double overtime, and you gave me till 1:50. So thank you for giving me so much extra time. I probably didn't deserve it, but I appreciate it. The time is back to you. Thank you.
Well, I want to say that.
Wait, you're going to allow somebody to respond to that, right? You're not just going to move on from there, are you?
Hold on. I wanted to say, Garrison, that I am honored that you have been co-hosting tonight, and obviously you'll be doing it more when you can. So what were you saying, Jerry, about Garrison responding to
because
Gaycon?
that was just, I know Herc had his hand up, but I don't know if anybody is, that's this, talking about freebies and using words like that when you're referring to Native American people. I don't know if you understand how arrogant that is. Do you know what genocide is? I mean, I'm not trying to be insulting.
Who are you directing this towards?
This is the individual who was speaking about giving freebies, and they're spending our tax dollars.
Who was the one that was talking about it?
Listen, this microphone thing is not really accurate, so sometimes it'll show like one person's mic is going off, and then so I can't really tell. So there was the two people that had their I don't know if it was Gaycon. I don't know who had their mic open at the time.
Gaycon was talking about when he worked at a school. Gaycon, do you want to respond to that, buddy?
Yeah, but I didn't even finish what I was saying. So so look, man, I'm not too sure. Maybe we're learning. We're not really being informed on our history in this country or something, or maybe there's like a blind spot. But we should be careful with those blind spots because it makes us draw these conclusions that just sound awfully strange. You can't really say someone is getting freebies when their people have been literally annihilated from the face of the planet. It just you have to really take into context if I come into your house, I murder you, your family, and everything else, and or I leave you alive and I kill your whole family. I take over your kitchen, I take over your living room, I take over everything, and you left a little corner. And then, I'm giving you some scraps and stuff like that. And then I have the nerve to complain that I'm giving you the scraps, and say you're getting freebies. It's quite a leap. And we have to start to gain a certain perspective. If you start doing things to survive your conditions, then this is a consequence of my actions. My actions of coming in and doing what I did, it caused you to be in the conditions that you are in. So we have to be realistic about these phrases and it's just really, this is not about going into the past. It's about having a real perspective of what is a real time perspective of how things got how things arrived at this point. So, when you use words
I hear you.
It's not about feelings or anything like that. It's just about proper perspective and having an accurate, depiction of what's actually going on.
All right, so I want to respond to that myself because I know where GayCon's coming from. Because first of all, I grew up in the projects and I have some Indian friends.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but all right, gotcha.
That's fine. I grew up in the projects I grew up in the projects. That's pretty simple to say. I grew up in the projects. I lived off of food stamps, and then I went into foster homes because I didn't have parents because my mom was an alcoholic and stuff. And so there are two kinds of people in this world. I feel like in general, not just overall, but two kinds of people. There are people that make something happen in their life, and there are people that use their past to just try to get by and not work hard to get the stuff to get themselves out of the situation they're in. I'm the kind of person that I've worked my butt off to get where I am now, but I grew up with nothing. I had nothing. So there are two kinds of people, and I have a friend who is an Indian-born friend who had told me straight up that he likes the fact that he just doesn't have to do anything and he gets paid by the government to get what he gets. And I'm like, do you ever want to get more than that and work hard? Nah, I'm good. So there are people that are like that. So, but in general, I get where you're coming from. We don't want to label people, and we want to be careful to do that. And I see where it's coming from. My friend GayCon, he's done a lot of stuff, and he's worked hard in his life, and I know that he's got some experiences that show what has happened around him in his world, and so he can see it too. And so we all have our perspectives. But with that being said, I'm going to go rapid fire, guys. If you guys have your hands up already.
Really quick, I just want to answer to that real quick, Jason. So just to put things in perspective really quickly, okay, working hard and all that's part of life, okay? And the other thing is, as far as, somebody saying that somebody's getting freebies and this, that, and the third, when you're putting something in the proper perspective, it's not about living in the past. It's not about trying to get over on anyone because people who work hard really don't have to really talk about it. They just do it, right? And so that there's a certain if you've been granted a certain amount.
I'm sorry. I need to finish what I'm saying, bro.
Okay.
We're getting late. I'm sorry. I don't usually use that unless I have to. We're running low on time. I would love to have a conversation. I would love to have a conversation more, but I want to let the people with their hands up do a rapid fire on what they have to say, and then I'm going to close in prayer. Jerry, you're more than welcome to come to any room we have. We all love having conversations.
As long as I'm able to speak, that's fine.
That's right, and you will be able to. You are
Right,
welcome.
but I
here.
want to let you know it's very racist to label the Native Americans as freeloaders. It's a ridiculous comment, and I want to put that out there.
I
Very
understand
inappropriate.
that.
Very
I get
inappropriate.
it.
Very arrogant, very privileged, and it comes from the mentality of.
I'm trying to close out the room. I get where you're coming from, bro, but I've got to be able to do this.
All right, handle your business though. Handle your business. Go ahead. All right, y'all have a good night. Take care.
Thank you. I'm sorry. That's just, we have to do, there's an order to things. And so, I'm trying to make sure that Jeannie, Herc, and Matthew get to say one thing before they close it out, because we've gone to a double overtime. Jared's more than welcome to come to this room anytime he wants. I'm sure, he has got a lot of good to say, right, Garrison?
Yeah.
But I'm very kind.
Sometimes it does, sometimes not.
Exactly.
And rapid fire, you're doing that 30-second limitation, or how do you define rapid?
What should rapid fire be? A minute for each person?
You're the host. You tell me.
Well, yeah, but I'm bouncing it off you.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I can do 3 more minutes. So.
Okay. So let's do 45 seconds for everybody, and I want to start with Herc, because I want Herc to speak, and then Jeannie, and then Matthew. Go ahead, bro.
I think this has brought up a problem we have in America. We try to impose our morals on others, and it's really come out in this abortion issue. But it shines out in a lot of negative ways. But I'm limited in time, so I just want to say I think our society would be a lot better if we tried to have that libertarian ideal to live and let live and let other beliefs flourish, even though some of them might be disgusting to us. And it seems like that Indian case was a direct result of corruption, and it sounds like a good ruling to me. Garrison, could you just answer that? Was it something that helps non-Indians that would have gotten a harsher sentence?
No, I think it helps Indian victims.
All right, thanks for letting me speak. I don't want to go on longer.
All right. Well, thank you, Herc, for joining in, and Herc, you always have good ideas. I want you to know that. And some things you've said have really helped me, because I'm a fiery guy. So some of my tweets, dude, sometimes I get pissed off. And when you say, dude, you should just not name call on that person, that's helped me. Sometimes I still name call. I'm like, gosh, screw it, this guy's but I'm learning, because I don't want to, I want to be nicer to people when I can in my tweets, even if they're jerks like Jay Inslee.
I couldn't help it earlier either. Nikki kind of triggered me into saying duopoly bootlickers, but that's not an insult to the room, to people who have a strong belief that abortion should be codified and abortion legalized throughout the land. It's just that people are so polarized and they get so caught up on these extreme points of view that it's making us even more divided. So thanks.
Well, and Jared is more than welcome to come in this room anytime, and I have what he has to say, but I was trying to get us to close out this room, and he kept interrupting, and I just had to I haven't had to use it all night, and that's the time I had to use the all mute button. Jeannie, please go quickly and let Matthew, and then I'm going to close in prayer.
Jason, one of the points that, I kept hearing is the sins of the father philosophy, that everything that's happened in the past is something that needs to be undone in the future, and I just don't see that. And I think it would be a perfect topic some night.
Okay, we can bring it up. We can talk about it. Matthew, final thoughts, and then we're going to close in prayer. And I appreciate every single one of you. and I mean that with my whole heart. This is amazing to me. I love having a conversation with all of you. So go ahead, Matthew.
Well, it's too bad our friend Jalal decided to disconnect because I guess he wanted to talk a lot, but not listen so much. It's funny, he referred to Gaycon as being arrogant, yet he's the one that kept throwing out the phrase proper perspective, which I'm not sure who is he to decide what is a proper perspective. I'll end it like this. The civilization since the dawn of man has been conquering one another. It doesn't make it right. However, we don't do that to the degree that we did even 100 and 200 years ago. And if he had been still online, I could have maybe he could have heard the fact that prior to the white man coming to North America, the Native American tribes were conquering and killing one another and enslaving one another for hundreds and hundreds of years. A perfect example, the Chippewa tribe in Michigan. That tribe was not originally in Michigan. They came from another part of the U.S. and came up to Michigan, and they conquered and took the land of the people that were there before they arrived in Michigan. So this selective choosing of history and putting it in bubbles, and we, to the point that was brought up of being punished for the sins of the father, our friend is a little selective on his history, and I get really tired of this. We're going to look at the last 100, 200 years when civilization around the world has been going on for thousands of years, and lots of awful things have happened, and we seem to have this guilt complex around here, and that's it.
Thank you for that. And I want to say, I will go with what the Bible says. Jesus tells us to love everyone. That's my heart. If I get frustrated with people, sometimes it's hard, but I still do trust the Lord, and I try to not have hate towards people. And so, I think some people just misunderstand where we're coming from, but that's okay. We just keep pushing forward and doing what we're doing to be activists here. And each and every one of you in here, we're all doing our part. And it's exciting to see what's going on. Gaycon, can you let me know in a message how your father's doing? I was concerned about him because I know he was in the hospital. If you can let me know that later, buddy, I'd like to know so I can keep praying for him. Judge, I'm glad that you were able to come back. Luke, I'm so glad you came tonight and that I could meet Garrison's other half. Garrison is a blessing to this room and is a big part. Kat, you're amazing. I could call all of you out. Herc's one of my other co-hosts, and he's awesome, and he kind of teaches me perspective. He's like the bigger brother to me because he's a little older than me by about 9 years, so I respect Herc a lot. Y'all are awesome. Kat, close out in some words. I'm going to pray for everyone, and then we're going to go, and we're going to come back next week on fire for another Conservative Political Forum.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. I learn so much from everyone. I may not agree with everything that is said, but I still gain an understanding of other people's perspectives and what's important to them in life. But as I said before, we're all a part of the human race, and we are commanded to love one another and try to live our lives by that core commandment. And I believe in that wholeheartedly, and try to do my best to do that. Sometimes it's hard, because we get passionate about what we believe in, but we still have to keep that perspective of our individuality, our right to choose. And I will let it go back to Jason. Thanks everybody for being here.
Yep, thank you. And Matthew too. I forgot to thank him for his kind words and what he says too. We appreciate you, Matthew. Father God, I thank you for everybody here. I pray that everybody sleeps well tonight, that you multiply their sleep if they're staying up super late with us, that you help them see the perspective, that we remember that it is you who died on the cross for us so that we can live for you, and that we see everybody through the eyes of how you see people. And you told us to love one another, love our neighbor as ourselves. And so division can't be a part of our lives when you say that. And despite it, we know that we're not perfect human beings, but we do have you in our lives, and you are King and Lord of our lives. And we just thank you for everybody and their health and their sleep. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, y'all. I hope to see you next week. We're going to have some more on fire stuff. There might be a late night garage this weekend, unless the judge opens a night court. If he doesn't, I'll open a late night garage. So we'll still be talking. And then happy 4th to all of you. If I don't see you before the 4th of July, please be safe, everybody.
All right. Everybody take care. Love you.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.